Hello, 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 hello. I hope y'all ready for this, because I sure am. Look at my face before I did this. Here we go. Let me put the link in the chat, and so we can get all our people in. What's this? Hold on, something coming in. Okay, why is this coming in my video? Come on, what's going on? Hold on, some other videos coming in on my thing. I gotta find. Okay, there we go. Now let me put the link in. I'm sorry. Another video came in on me. Come on. Here we go. Okay, let me see. I'm sorry. This is. Here we go. Coming in. He's a Seahawks fan, and his name is Eric Ellis.
How you doing, Coy?
Hello, Eric. How you doing?
Doing all right, bud. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. Got a little head hurting me a little bit, but I'm doing all right. Coming in, my man, Brian Cup.
Hey,
Okay,
Corey.
Come on, computer, bring him up.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me on.
Coming in, my man, No Border Sports.
What up, what up, what up?
How you doing?
Good. I just found an Arena League football league that just started and is streaming on YouTube.
Hmm.
And the Bay Area has a team. They're called the Panthers.
Oh, yeah. I remember those.
They're down by 7 points right now, 10 minutes left in the fourth.
Oh.
I'm just saying, hey, we found some football. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh, hey. That guy's pretty cool.
My
Making a joke.
I was trying to bring before I bring you on. I was watching last night Joe's and you video
Oh yeah,
of when what's his name came back. I was
Bobby
watching
Wagner.
it, Bobby Wagner, and I'm coming live right now. All of a sudden it brings it back up on me. I'm like, what? I'm hearing you talking. I'm like, I don't have him in there live yet. What's going on? What's
Oh,
going
I haven't even
on?
dropped the link. How is Ryan in here and Joe? They already got their own topic. They're going off on their own tangent.
Yeah.
I can't keep control of my show.
Brian, are you
Hey,
there?
that guy's pretty cool
I'm here.
too. You should probably go
I'm here.
subscribe to this guy's channel.
Thank you.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's all right. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, especially on the
Man.
weekends. If you want a good relaxing show on this weekend morning, that's where you want to go.
Brian, not Brian. It might be my computer. Brian, is No Border Sports sound like he's talking in the water?
Yeah, Ryan, you might have to come back in or mute one of your streams. Because like sometimes I notice like if YouTube's on in the background or something, it'll give that little, or if your phone, sometimes if you got Bluetooth on your phone. But yeah, I noticed that. But man, I started my show this morning, Corey, and my buddy came on, and I really was excited, feeling like it was a good show. My power went out 3 times on me. I tried to go to my phone. My phone had that echo going on when I tried to come back in on my computer. Rookie. I'm a rookie. And then I ended up ending the stream on my phone when I tried to turn my phone off. And my buddy and me were talking. He's like, I think you ended your stream. I was like, so we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again real soon. Probably before, after the draft, either before the draft or after.
Yeah, I saw that. I listened on something. I'm like, wait a minute. It went back to the beginning. Why?
I've been upset all day over it. I was like, man, I felt like we were doing really good. We had great, chemistry. And like, just one of those things, I guess. The ghost got me.
Well, right now, my computer's acting up. It's got both of us froze.
Me and you, I can see you. You're moving.
But I can't see y'all.
Oh, okay.
I can see you, but looking at you froze.
If you want to go back in and come, go out, come back in, I'll sit here.
Okay. No Border Sports is back.
What up? How's everything sounding?
A little better, but
The only thing I could do is like restart my connection. I do all that, so I'll be back.
okay.
Okay, coming in all the way from Utah. My man, my buddy, my partner, my brother, David. If my computer would let him come up, come on, computer, stop acting up.
It let me in. I'm good.
Hey, David.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
I
hear
don't.
you.
I don't sound like a melting Terminator, do I?
No.
Okay.
You sound good.
See, David McNiner, he been with me when I was real small. He was only person in my audience. When I started to pick on YouTube, he was my only person.
Then you figured out how to do the StreamYard stuff, and I was hopping in here with you.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta. Dude, that is not last year. That is this year. No, I got a thing going on with my tax lawyer. I gotta drag them out some information. It's a them problem.
Okay.
It's a them problem. I just need to show them some information. But I pay them to do their job for a reason, right?
Yep.
My taxes are complicated because where I live, this you see behind me, this is actually a triplex. I own it, but rent the other two, and it very much complicates my taxes. So I just pay a tax lawyer to handle that. It's like one of those above my pay grade. I'll pay the person whose pay grade it's at to do it, right?
Come in, my friend Steve. Oh, let me quit.
I only came in for the introduction.
Yeah, my head. I can't hardly do as good because my head is hurting me.
So who won the trivia?
I'm trying to get everybody on before.
I just hopped on. I gotta go get my groceries pretty soon, so I don't know how long I'll be on.
Okay. Big family. Bird Gang family meeting. I'm doing okay, just my head hurting, that's all. Okay, somebody just private message me.
Oh crap. That's right. I went a contactless payment for my internet and my Wi-Fi. I gotta go to my email for that. Okay.
I just did that for my phone, but I can't remember which card I put it on. So now I gotta try to figure that out.
I mean, it's easy. I just get like a text message from, "Hey, you're good." It's like, oh, it's like, yep, I know. I set everything up that way. That way, I need to set up everything that way.
Yeah, with my
might make it easier for my tax lawyer too.
With my insurance, I pay it on the 18th every month, but I don't set a reminder or nothing, and it won't let me pay like 6 months in advance. So I got to remember to do it every month, and because I don't like auto pay so much, but I probably should because I'm gonna forget one time.
You know what's weird?
How we sound now?
Mine's due on the 18th too. That's interesting.
Well, they only let me pay monthly because I switched to State Farm, and the thing is that it's due like every 6 months, right? So on the 17th, I have to renew it, but on the 17th, I'm paid up until midnight, right? So I can actually get an extra day out of it so then I pay it on the 18th next time, right? And then the next 6 months, I pay it on the 19th, so I'm getting a free day every 6 months.
Bro, so just watching this Arena League football game, and not only do the Bay Area Panthers get the first turnover of the season, but then they march down the field, and they're down in the score. They're down by 7 points. March down the field. There's a broken play. The quarterback scrambles, I think, for about 15 yards, zigzagging all the way down the field. After he crosses the goal line, he gets up. He jumps, because it's Arena League, right? They got the borders like for hockey. He jumps up on. Oh, great! Well, he jumps up on the thing, fucking stands there, and then tosses it to a lady who's got some kind of like panther thing. And she's like immediately catches it and starts dancing.
Hello, John Jay.
What's up, John Jay?
Yo.
Sorry, I'm not doing my big introduction like I do. My head's hurting. I can't get my voice up there today. Okay. So, Joe, he's in the 90s right now. He haven't came in yet. But he went 8 out of 12. David Corona went 7 out of 13. John Jay, he went 9 out of 11. No Border Sports, you went 9 out of 11. Brian, you went 7 out of 13. David McKnight went 9 out of 11. And Fork, he went 8 out of 12. Where's my other page? Oh, here we go. And Nathan Z, he went 11 out of 9.
All done.
Shout out to Nathan.
So that means Nathan Z done won the night.
Yep.
Who is that guy? Is he a Niner fan or what?
Yeah, I hope he is. I think he is, right? I'll be seeing him on all 9 channels. So. Like, let me see. Yay!
True.
Okay, so move stuff out my way.
What? Nick Bosa traffic stop. I got something.
Hey, John Jay, did you see that shot with a young Nate? Thought he made it and he turned his back and the ball came out.
No,
I think that's fun. I think it's funny as hell when that shit happens.
I didn't see nothing. I just got home from one of my grandfather's brothers just passed away.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I've been at the hospital, so I didn't see nothing. You know.
Yeah, it looked like it was going in, and so he turned his back and raised his hands up, and then it hit both sides of the rim and popped out.
Sorry to hear that, John.
There's the problem.
Okay, so Joe, he got the first one correct. And the first one was who was the first 49ers quarterback to throw for more than 2,000 yards in a season? And it was oh goodness, Y.A. Tittle.
Does anybody know what YA stands for?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Now that's something we can use the Google machine for.
Yep. David Corona got it wrong. John Jay got it correct. No Border Sports got it.
Yelberton Abraham Tittle Jr. There was 2 YA Tittles. Yelberton.
Okay. Yelberton. Wow. You know, back in the day, all the names are different. Now it's like,
Bro.
I was a softball coach, and I'll tell you what, Kylie is one of the most popular names for young ladies. It ain't funny. You say I'd be trying to yell at a chick. Well, I don't yell at them. Just get their attention. It's like Kylie, and then half the team's up.
Adam.
Bro, my grandma was named Mabel, and my other one was named Burl, and then my step grandma was Eleanor.
Cooper.
So like
Hey, Ray.
names back in the day.
And Charlotte and Phyllis. That was my grandma's name.
My grandma was Sylvia Rose.
Both my grandpa's first name was Charles. They both.
I'm telling you, both my grandmas had like depression names. You know what I mean? Like names that were only popular during the Depression. Mabel
Hey, listen to this.
Agnes. That was
Listen to this. My grandmother, her name's Rita, and for almost her whole entire life, she spelled it Rita, right? Well, she found out, she knew she was adopted, but she didn't know where her birth certificate was. That's not how she spells her name legally. So she found out later on. She still spells it the same way, but it's spelled Rita, but it's funny. And same lady, first female bus driver in the state of Indiana. So shout out to the grandmas.
I want to try to read through it. Oh, boys, my head's kind of hurting me. Okay, number 2. Jimmy Garoppolo wasted no time. Animated in the San Francisco after being traded from New England. How many straight starts did Garoppolo win to start his 49ers career? And I believe everybody got that right. It was 5. Yeah, everybody, I think, got that right. Number 3, John Brody had more losses as the 49ers starting quarterback than Alex Smith had starts as the 49ers quarterback. And the answer was, where's mine? True. And we see Joe said false, so he was wrong. David Corona said true. And John Jay said false. Billboard Sports says false. Brian Cuff said false. David McKnight said false. Fort said true. He got that correct. And Nathan missed that one. You know what? Let's talk football because I can't do it right now.
You all right, Corey?
It's hard for me to read it. My head's kind of hurt, my eyes spinning. I'm not seeing the pages like I want to. So,
well, what do you want us to talk about?
Okay, what do 49ers, the loss we had, what do the free agents that lost, what's going to sting the 49ers the most?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
That could actually be true if we go through another 3 quarterbacks this year. But
We lost 2.
I got an idea. Let's not blow through our quarterbacks room this year.
Yeah. Maybe I would say maybe Jimmy Ward. Because he was so versatile. You could have played him in slot and as safety. So maybe, in the year if we have some kind of issue, that might definitely come into play where somebody like Jimmy Ward can play different positions and have not have a drop off. You know what I mean, in either position. So that might be one. Mike McGlinchey, even though his pass blocking is bad at times, he was trending up. Who knows? Maybe we have no idea what's going on at right tackle. Maybe that comes back to bite us.
I'm gonna say Emmanuel Mosley because Lenore did good, and I had faith in him when everybody didn't. But
Sorry, I just want to say thank you to Eric and Nathan. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm a little bit sad at the moment. People make fun of me when I'm sad and because I lost people in life, but I don't care. People can make fun of me.
the best thing to do when you're sad is to listen to a dad joke. So go ahead, Brian, give him one.
I got one. Hey, John, what does a fish say when it runs into a wall?
What does a fish say when it runs into a wall?
Uh-oh.
I actually don't know.
Damn.
All right, I'm ready. Okay, what breed of dog can jump higher than a skyscraper?
A dog that can jump over a skyscraper?
Clippers, big.
You ready? Any breed of dog can jump over a skyscraper. Skyscrapers don't jump.
Oh,
No,
I get it.
Can jump higher than
I
a
get it.
skyscraper, not over a skyscraper, but higher than a skyscraper.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it.
That's fun.
Did you get my joke, John?
Yeah, I got. Oh, I just got it right now.
I'm telling you, it's one of the best jokes ever. My aunt was real, very big Christian lady, all this and that. She was going into chemo. You could tell she was kind of out of it. I was like, hey, let me tell her a joke real quick. You know what I'm saying? I told her that one because it's so basic. It's so easy, but the punchline's just too damn good. You know what I mean?
All right, I got one more. All right, why was Cinderella so bad at soccer? Cinderella. Yeah, why was Cinderella so bad at soccer?
I just want to know the punchline.
Because she can't kick in heels. No. God, man.
Close.
Go ahead, Brian.
Close. She kept running away from the ball.
Oh. I needed
no more Disney princess dad jokes.
I needed that.
Gosh.
Shout out to Brian and No Borders. Appreciate that.
Okay, I know what. I don't know if you feel like it, John Jay. The 10 questions you was going to ask us last night.
Oh yeah, like if I got some questions I was gonna do, but what's his name? Big Mac. He came on my stream. If you're not subscribed to Big Mac, he's a good dude. And we were talking for like an hour, like nonstop. And I had some questions prepared. So if you guys want to do a little trivia, it's up to you guys.
Sounds fun.
All right. Oh man. All right. All right.
Well, how about a quick Chuck Norris joke first?
Okay.
Always.
So Chuck Norris got bit by a viper. After a week of agonizing pain, the viper died. There
Oh
we go.
damn!
Chuck
That
Norris.
was
I love
me.
Chuck Norris jokes. I just
Chuck
love
Norris doesn't stub his toe. Chuck Norris accidentally destroys coffee tables and chairs.
it. It's like Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the world up and down.
Yeah.
Oh man, Chuck Norris. All
Shout
right.
out Walker, Texas Ranger.
He did talk a little bit of shit about Bruce Lee after Bruce Lee died, though, but which to me ain't cool because you couldn't be talking that shit when he was alive. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So we're gonna start off with a warm-up question, a little warm-up question, so you guys know how it's gonna go. And I wrote this question because a Rams fan had the nerve to hop on my stream one day. It wasn't Rudy, it wasn't Jim Everett. He came on my stream and said some things, and I don't want to get Corey's stream in trouble, but he said some things. So I wrote this question, so if he can hear it, we can make fun of him. So here we go. The Niners have owned the Rams. Have owned the Rams since 1980. What is their winning percentage? So that's the question. It's a warm-up question. So I'm going to say the question again. The 49ers have owned the Rams since 1980. What is the win percentage? Is it A, 67%, B, 70%, C, 76%, or D, 80%?
Me and Steve-O can't compete in this one. We already know.
All right, let's start with Brian.
I'm going to say 76%.
Okay, 76 for Brian. All right, let's go with David McNiner.
67%.
All right, so David McNiner goes with A, and then no borders.
With the way you deviously laughed at D, 80%, I'm going with D, 80%.
Okay.
I was going with the D.
Gotta start off early.
Okay. So here we go. So the 49ers have won 59 of 88 matches. So in 88 matches, we play the Rams. We've owned them 59 times. That is a percentage of 67.2%. So the answer is A, 67%. So if you got A, you got it right.
Hey.
All right, so that's a warm-up question. Just so it doesn't count. It's just something that I wanted to do and make fun of the Rams. now that guy's on the pop in here and say, my Rams have owned you guys in the NFC Championship game.
Oh,
all right.
My God.
All right, that's enough with the Rams. All right, we have a question that Brian is going to like. It's about Kezar Stadium. Here we go. In what year did Kezar Stadium open? Okay, so the first 49er stadium. When did it officially open? Is it A, 1920, B, 1924, C, 1928, or D, 1930? We'll start off with Corey.
I'm going with D.
Okay, Corey.
You would.
All right, next we're gonna go to Bryant.
Oh, I wish I know I've seen the plaque there. I just can't remember what. I'm sure it says it on the plaque, but is it for? So is the overall question for the stadium or is it for like Golden Gate Park?
So when they made the stadium, not the year the Niners play there, but when they build the stadium. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
Okay. I'll say what did you say A was again?
So A 1920, B 1924, C 1928, or D 1930.
I'm gonna take B.
Okay. So Brian is going to take B. All right, David McNider.
And I'm gonna go with B.
Okay. Let's see. Let's get Steve-O.
1920.
Okay. And then No Borders.
Going 26.
26. All right. So,
And let me. Fort says C,
okay.
and Nathan said B.
Okay. So, in what year did Candlestick, I mean, not Candlestick, in what year did Kezar Stadium open? The answer is 1924. A very, very rich woman, which I cannot pronounce her name, donated to the city of San Francisco at the time $100,000, which is equivalent to $4.2 million. That's why the stadium is called Kezar. The last name of the lady was called Kezar. Right. So if you all right, so yeah, 1924. If you got B, you are correct. So who had B?
Nathan got it right.
All right, let me tally up your.
I gotta go get my groceries and gas, so if I don't answer, just get me.
Okay.
Come on, Bruce.
Only Nathan right now got it right.
Okay.
I answered D,
Okay. So
Yeah,
Brian
Brian.
got
and
B.
then David answered B.
Okay.
B
And
Bob
B-Bob, you
answered-
can't say B afterwards.
Oh.
All right. So we're gonna do a competition. The panel versus the chat. Who will get more, the chat or the panel? Little. Let me write your names down. All right. All right. Second question. In 1928 and 1942, the University of Stanford played in Kezar Stadium in those 2 years. How many combined games? So in 1928 and 1942, did they play total? So basically, in 1928 they played some games, and then in 1942 they played some more games. So it's a combined total number. So so A is 7, B is 5, C is 3. Okay, so yeah. So A is 7, B is 5, C is 3, and D is 1. I'm going to start off with Corey again.
Can you read the question again?
Okay. So in 1928 and in 1942, so in 2 different years, so in 2 different seasons, Stanford, the college football school, played in Kezar Stadium how many times? So did they play 7 games? So A 7, B 5, C 3, or D 1?
I'm going with A.
Okay. All right. Next we got where's did Brian leave? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully he puts it in the chat. So we'll go with David McNiner.
I'm gonna go with B.
Okay. Let me write your answers down. All right, Steve-O.
Come on, man. I was still in my dad's ball sack back then. So I'll go B.
Okay, B. Brian says B in the chat.
Yep.
All right, so
And Nathan says A.
okay, so the chat is A. And No Borders.
So, I'm sorry, I don't know Depression era history, 49ers history. I don't know. C, sure.
Okay,
Okay.
C. He
What
says
number was that? I think it's
3
3.
games.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, sure. It's 3.
All right.
And Fort says C.
All right. So let me add the scores first before I give the answers. And then let me add the chat. Okay. So in 1928 and 1942, Stanford played in Kezar 7 times. So the answer is A. And let's see who got it.
Corey got it.
Corey.
And Nathan got it. I'm
Right.
going with A.
So
And let me see. Anybody else? No.
yeah, so Corey is the only person who got it. So we got
No, Nathan got it. Let me see who it was. Yeah. Nathan got it. He said he's going to pay.
all right. All right. Question number 3. Question number 3. All right. All right. In what year did the Oakland Raiders or Las Vegas Raiders, whatever they're called now, play in Kezar Stadium? Okay. And this is going to be a trick answer. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a hint. It's a trick answer. A, 1957. B, 1959. C, 1960. Or D, none of these. None of these years. All right. We'll start out with Corey.
I'm going with the D.
All right. Bryant.
I want to say D, but I'm gonna take a guess, and I might be wrong. I'm gonna say C.
Okay, C.
I might
David
be wrong.
David McNiner.
I think he's going with D.
Well, you want me to come back to you, David?
He must be on
I'm muted. What are the options again?
Okay, option. All right, so in what year did the Raiders play in Kezar? 1957. So A, 1957. B, 1959. C, 1960. Or D, none of these.
I'm going with C,
Okay.
1960.
All right. Steve-O?
True. C.
He said true. No Borders.
I'm going D.
I'm never ever going to see that letter the same way ever again. I've been scarred. And I went to an all guy school 1 year in my life, and those guys were weird. All right. And then let's look at the chat. All right. Bebop says D. Joe says D.
There's an all guy school.
Yeah, in San Francisco, there's an all guy school. It's a Catholic school. I had to go there 1 year. It was a punishment because I wasn't a good kid. It was like my form of like those juvenile detention schools, for those kids. So I chose that because I thought it was to be more easier. It wasn't.
What was the question?
What were you getting punished for?
Can I plead the fifth?
Yes.
Has it been 7 years? It's been 7 years. Come on now.
Know the question again.
What?
Oh, never mind. He said D.
Okay, D.
And Bebop said 1956.
All right. So, when did the Raiders play in Kezar? I said there was a trick question. The answer is C, 1960. So Brian got it, David got it, Steve-O got it,
How is that a trick question?
because one of the answer is neither. It's neither.
So how is that a trick? That's just
Because-
a regular answer.
Yeah, because like they are,
There's no trick. There's no trick to the answer.
because they want you to go for neither. That's why they put that there.
Okay, so it's like a hook. Gotcha.
Basically, it's
Hey,
like
yeah, it's a
Are
hook.
all these questions from the 1950s and
no.
Because
These are
if they're all going to be wild ass guesses, why are we even just like going through it?
Oh, because Corey says so. Nah, but,
we have different types of questions. Like if you want me to read me, if you want me to read another question, like
just
say,
Just keep going, John.
Questioning the question master.
yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, all right.
All right, what's question number 4, John? It's not a big deal, even if we're wrong. This is fun. Go ahead. Oh, I got a fun fact while everybody's composing
I
themselves.
mean, I have to at least pretend I know the answer, and I can't do it.
Hey, listen to this. So they played in Kezar, right? And they were the Oakland Seniors. They weren't the Raiders at first, and then they decided to change their names to the Raiders. And then they also played in 3Com Park or Candlestick before the Niners did. That's kind of interesting too.
Mm-hmm. All right. This was easy. If you guys don't get this, Damian Lee is going to be angry at you. Gave you a little bit of a hint. In 1970, all right, where was it? All right, next question. In 1971, which team was the last visitor or away team to play in Kezar? A, the Rams, B, the Raiders, C, the Steelers, or D, neither? Let's start off with Corey.
Why you always that sour for me? You know what? You said the last team.
Yeah, the last team to play in Kezar. Was it the Rams, Raiders, Steelers, or neither?
Remember, this is the easy one that you should have no problem getting.
You know what? I don't know. So let me go with. I'm taking the D again.
Okay. All right, Brian.
I'm taking the D.
Okay. David.
I'm also taking the D.
Okay. Steve-O.
He said skip him. Come back to him later.
Okay. No borders.
Let's see. C. That's something in the chat. There you go.
Okay. Let's see what the chat says.
B-Boss Jones says C. Nathan said he's going with the D again.
Okay.
Fort says Steelers.
Okay.
And that's what she said. And
Joe, whatever.
All right. So, hey, Steve, have you answered yet, or should I just say the answer?
Just go, John.
All right. The answer is D. Neither. The first person who gives me the answer will get another point. What team was it?
Cowboys.
Cowboys. So Brian gets 2 points, so that's 5.
I
All
like
right.
this game. I'm winning.
Yeah, you got 5 points. All right. Now I have bonus questions before we move on to the next section. These are something that probably nobody knows, but I'm going to say them anyway. Bonus questions. These are worth 2 points. Here we go. What is Kezar Stadium's actual address? Okay. 755 Stanton Street. I'm a dick. B, 755 Golden Gate Street, Golden Gate Bridge. C, 755 Stanton Drive, or D, 1199 9th Avenue. This is for 2 points. All right. Corey.
I'm going with B.
Okay. B. Okay. Brian.
I'm gonna go A.
Okay. All right. Next, McNiner.
I'm gonna go with A.
Okay. Steve-O.
The Golden Gate one.
All right, the Golden Gate one, which is C, and no borders.
He says he's in the chat. He says A.
He says A. All right. All right. Some people got it right. I'm not going to say who, but I'm going to say the answer first. 1199th 11 or 1999 9th Avenue is a thing called a, what do you call that? A little convention center out in Golden Gate Park. So that's not the answer. Okay, so it's not D. Golden Gate Street is not a street in San Francisco. So I tried to put everybody going over there. So it's either A or C. So the official answer is 755 Stanton Street is that. So basically we got Corey got it, Brian got it, David got it, No Borders got it, and let's see who got it in the chat.
Okay.
All right, we got. All right, so the chat got it right. All right, now we're done with all these boring questions that nobody likes. Now let's get to some 49er questions. All right, so we went through that. Okay, here we go.
Hi, Joe.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Your head bugging you out here?
Say it again.
Your head's bugging you?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. My grandfather, who passed away like 15 years ago, his younger brother passed away today. I was in his bedside, which sucks for me. So I've lost another grandfather. So I'm here, trying to, keep it strong, but I got to go to one of those funerals. Don't know when. So that sucks for me.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that put you in perspective sometimes in life. This YouTube stuff is for fun. It's not serious.
Yeah, we've all met a lot of friends doing this, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, now let's go to some 49er questions. What's up, Sam?
What's up, John Jay?
Yo, my Titans brother.
I thought this is a sports channel.
This is a sports channel.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Let's see how many 49er fans know this question. It has to do with NFC championship games. Ready?
Right now,
Yep.
Okay. How many NFC Championship games was played in Candlestick Park? So basically, how many times do the 49ers host an NFC Championship game? A, 8, B, 9, C, 10, or D, 11? All right, let's start off with Corey.
11.
Okay. All right, Corey.
Say the question. Can you say the answers again?
All right. So, how many
Everything was touched on my end.
How many NFC Championship games the Niners had in Candlestick Park? Is it A, 8, B, 9, C, 10, or D, 11?
I'm going with A.
Okay, he wants to go with A. Okay, Bryant.
I'll go A.
Okay. David. McNider.
Oh, I'm here. I'm trying to go through my memory here. Those two were not 16. Which one's 16?
Okay, so how many NFC Championship games did the Niners host in Candlestick Park? A, 8, B, 9, C, 10, or D, 11? The Niners played a lot of
B, 10.
Okay, B. Steve-O.
Yeah, I'll go with 9.
Okay, so that is B. And no borders?
He's not in here.
Oh. Right.
It's got to be D11. Come on, man.
No, he's taking the D.
So B-Bach says A. And then that's
Nathan said D.
9.
Fort says 9.
Okay. So how many
What's
NFC
Joe
champions?
say? What'd you say, Joe?
I could have almost swore it was 12. I'm just messing with you guys. We'll go see.
Okay, so Joe, let's put him on the score sheet. So let me put his name. And you said what was your answer?
C.
Okay,
Yeah,
C.
stupid.
All right. So how many NFC Championship games were played in Candlestick Park? If you answered A, 8 games, you are correct. So Corey got that.
And Brian.
Brian got that.
And Bebop Jones.
All right. David said B, so he didn't get it.
I thought it was D.
And then Joe, he didn't get it. No borders. Okay. And Steve-O said B. So, all right.
I thought it was D.
Okay.
11 or something.
All right.
I don't think I got that yet.
Actually, Steve-O, you have 2.
Oh, really?
You have 2 points. Okay. All right. Next question. All right. I think everyone knows this because the Candlestick Park had AstroTurf before. So the question is, in what year did they first, like the first time ever, they put AstroTurf on Candlestick Park? Okay, so when did they put AstroTurf on Candlestick Park? Was it A, 1968, B, 1970, C, 1972, or D, 1975? We're going to start off with Corey.
I'm going 1975.
Okay. Oh, no, wait. There's no 70. Oh, yeah. 1975. So that's D for Corey. All right. Bryant. Is Brian there?
Sorry, 1975.
Okay. So D also.
'Cause
McNider.
That's it, right? Everything else is before that. What, 68, 70, 71? and then the last one was 75.
Yeah, so
1975.
75. David McNiner.
I'm going with 1970.
Okay, so that is B. Okay, so that's B. All right, who do we have in the panel? Sam Bell, do you want to answer these questions?
Mine 1970.
Not all right. So he all right. B for Sam.
Yeah.
Joe.
C.
C for Joe. All right, and then let's see the chat.
Feel like you
What's
kind of
the last
stuttered when
word?
you go, there was no 1975.
Just one away, dog.
Did you skip me?
Oh, you forgot Steve.
Oh, there's Steve-O. All right, he's back. All right, so Steve-O.
It's like,
Take that. Keith, I'm gonna take that.
All right, I'll read the question again. When did they add for the first time to Candlestick Park AstroTurf? Is it A, 1968, B, 1970, C, 1972, or D, 1975?
Card?
Like the blue card.
Steve, are you still there?
Well, I said A if you guys are right on me.
Huh?
Did you say A?
I think he
Oh, my
said A.
freaking. Oh, man.
So I don't know if you're muted, but I can hear him.
Yeah, I said A.
Okay, A.
A.
There we go. All right, let's see the chat. All right,
Test says
D and B.
D and B.
All right, so we got A. Okay, so when did they put AstroTurf on Candlestick Park for the first time? If you answered B, 1970, you are correct. So,
Yes.
so we got
Sweet.
David answered that, Sam answered that, and that's it.
Yeah,
And,
I got tricked. That one.
Nathan
is- when
Z.
was-
Nathan
said when
Z
was
said
the
B
first-
too.
The question was, when was the first time they put AstroTurf on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got tricked. When they removed it, I think it was later on. So
Mhm.
I got tricked.
Don't worry, Brian. You're still leading, but it's still anybody's game because of the bonus questions and the extra points anyone can get. So
What's up, Osmus
I might have to put my shades back on.
Sports?
all right. Next question. All right, so I did this one already. This one. All right. On September 3rd, 2011. Okay. On September 3rd, 2011, which college football team played a game, just one game at Candlestick Park? A, Stanford, B, Fresno State, C, San Jose State, or D, none of these? There's a two-part question. We're going to start with Corey.
I'm going. Is San Jose State C?
Yeah, San Jose State is
I'm
C.
going with C.
Okay, so put that down. All right, Bryant.
I'm gonna take what? None of these above. D.
All right, so he's taking the D. I'm never going to ever look at that letter ever again. David McNiner.
I'm gonna go with C.
C. Another C.
And I have
Steve-O.
no idea.
Steve-O. Did you say
B
D?
for Bebop. B for Bebop.
Oh, B.
B. B.
All right. No. All right. No Borders is not here. Joe.
D.
Sam.
D.
All right.
And Nathan says D. And Fort says D.
All right. All right. So the answer: which college football team played one game at Candlestick Park? The answer is D. Neither. Whoever gets this, is
Oregon.
basically- Hold on.
Oh,
Whoever
okay.
gets this gets 2 points. Which team did play at Candlestick Park?
Oregon.
Oregon.
Oregon. So we have 2 Oregons.
Is that wrong? Is that
Oregon.
right?
That's you can keep guessing.
Will you tell us when we're right?
I will.
It's
That's
Oregon.
CSU.
It's Oregon, dude.
I'm gonna just take a wild guess and say UOP,
What?
University of Pacific, home of the Tigers. They used to have a football team.
Okay. And I never heard of that school.
That's where the 49ers trained at in Stockton, California, John. It's a college, University of Pacific. They have a really big baseball team and a really big basketball team.
All right.
They stopped having a football team in 1995, and their last quarterback was
Thank you.
the last quarterback was the coach of the the Cincinnati Bengals. I think it was the same guy who played for the coach for the Raiders too. I can't think of his name. I'll Google it.
San Francisco State.
Wait up. Hold up.
Oregon State.
John Jay, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh.
Okay. So
Sorry.
Say hotter. Say hotter or colder.
okay. Okay, so basically, all right, basically Stanford is a Bay Area school, so it should have been Stanford. Fresno State is in Central California. You know, they would not travel all the way up here. San Jose State is, you know, nearby the Bay Area. So there's another Bay Area school, actually a few, but only one has a football program. So I hope that's a little hint.
Cal.
There we go. Corey got it. So he could get 2 points. 4, 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cal.
Yeah. So, all right. That's okay. Now we got.
Fort says Berkeley.
Yeah, Cal Berkeley.
So Cal Berkeley.
9, 10. Okay. All right. Here we go. Now our first player 49er question. So this might be a difficult one, but Nick Bosa is not the answer, but a 49er player did win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Who was the first San Francisco 49er to win Defensive Rookie of the Year? Okay, so was it A, Dana Stubblefield, okay, B, Jimmy Johnson, C, Fred Dean, or B, Bruce Taylor? Let's go with Corey.
You know what? I want to say it's C.
Fred Dean.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian.
I wanted to say Dean too, but it could
Okay.
be Taylor. But I'm gonna say C because that's
Okay.
what my gut's saying.
Yeah. David McNiner.
Wow, this is a tough question.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go. I don't think it'd be Dana Stubblefield. I think it'd be before that. What are the choices?
Okay, so Dana Stubblefield, A. B. Jimmy Johnson, C. Fred Dean, or D. Bruce Taylor.
I'm gonna pick Fred Dean and see.
Okay, so that's another C. All right, Steve-O.
Is he still here? I think he's gone. I don't know if this dot here's him. He's playing picture. Oh, that tell me Joe Steven. That's Joe.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Mine's C. C.
Okay,
Dean.
so Sam Bell says C. Joe, is he still here?
His picture's up here, but I don't know if he's. Well, Bebop says A. Fort says B. And Nathan says, come on, move out my way. Nathan says C.
Okay. All right. All right. So besides Nick Bosa, who won the Defensive Rookie of the Year, who was the first 49ers to win the Defensive Rookie of the Year? The answer is B, Bruce Taylor. He won it in 1970. So did anyone get D?
No, but I said that could be him.
Yep.
I said C.
It's okay.
That's what we all said. We all
It's okay.
said
See, did anyone get D in the chat? All right, nobody. Oh, the chat so far is giving a run for their money against Brian. Ooh, who will win, the chat or Brian? We'll find out.
I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
My fat ass just ate an ice cream sandwich, so
Nothing wrong with ice cream sandwich.
fuck yeah. Hell yeah, sorry. Pardon.
bring back the Choco Taco.
Okay.
Is it gone?
It's gone.
How do you feel about that, John Jay?
Bring back what?
Choco Taco.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Right back
I skipped the
Okay.
bonus question.
Give me some scallop fried rice.
Okay.
I skipped the bonus question. This one's gonna be worth 3 points because I don't think anyone knows this unless actually I have one. So let me. It's a show and tell question for 3 points. I'm gonna give 3 points.
It better not be what's in my pocket.
Hold on.
Like a Bilbo Baggins question. What's in my
Bilbo
pocket?
Baggins? Is
Lord
that
of the Rings. Lord of the
oh, yeah.
Rings. He had the
I'm
ring in his
sorry.
pocket.
I want to
He couldn't-
apologize in advance. I am not a what does my buddy call it? Geek culture, whatever. I don't know. So I don't know what that means.
It's still funny. It better not be what's in my pocket.
All right, let me do a
Bonus
show and
question.
tell question.
A show and tell.
It's a bonus question. All right, Corey, can you show everybody?
Oh, okay.
All right, remove the comment. All right, so I think I'm the only person that has this, or I could be wrong, but this basically means I survived Candlestick Park. That's basically what it means. Anyway, that's about it. All right. So I'm not going to ask you what does that mean. All right. So this pin, which is basically chorus the Candlestick, is a awarded pin that was given out to baseball fans as they exited Candlestick Park or a 49ers night game. Okay, so basically this was given. So say there was a night game and you saw the entire 49er game at the end of the fourth quarter, they would give you this pin Unfortunately, there was no 49er one. Everyone got this same pin. So I want to know, let's see who knows this question. Who were these pins given to? So it's A, San Francisco residents. So basically you only had to live here. So that's the first one. B, San Francisco or Giants season ticket holders. Okay. C, if there was an extra inning game or an overtime night game. So the game was at night and the game went to overtime or extra innings. Or D, non-city residents. So if you lived in San Francisco, you could not get this pin. So I'm going to say the answer one more time. A San Francisco resident. B, a San Francisco or a Niners or Giants season ticket holder. C, if a game went extra innings or overtime. Or D, if you lived outside of the city. Corey.
I'm going with season ticket holders.
Okay, season tickets. So that's B. Brian.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say A.
Say what?
I'm going to guess A.
Okay, A. David McNiner.
What were the options?
Okay, so option. All right, so A. Darn, round one. Got a bunch of. All right. So A San Franciscan resident. So you have to live in San Francisco to get this pin. So that's A. B, a 49ers or Giants season ticket holder. C, if a game went to extra innings or overtime. Or D, a non-city resident.
B.
I'm gonna go with C.
Okay, C.
Mine's B, John J.
Okay, Sam Bell says B. All right, Steve-O.
He's not here.
Oh, he's not here, darn. Joe.
San Francisco residents.
Okay, A. Okay.
And
I have
the chat says.
Yeah, what does the chat say?
Oh boy, I lost where I was. Oh, here we go.
D and B.
And B.
All right, I have this pin. If I sold this to somebody, I can get $1,000 for this crummy little pin. It's how important. Like some people really want this pin, but I have it. I'm never going to give it away. So the answer is the Crossy. I can't pronounce that. The Candlestick Park is a pin awarded to fans given out after baseball games or football games at night. The answer is David McNiner got it right. C, if a game went late and you stayed until like the game was over, where all the teams were off the field, they would wait for you outside and they would just pass these little things out. And basically it means you survived the cold nights at Candlestick Park. So the answer is C. So David gets 2 points. And now we have close to a tie game. All right, that's a little bonus point. Actually, I said I was going to give 3 points. So 3 points. So now we have a two-way tie. And the chat is in third place. All right. All right.
Sam Bell left.
I know that happens a lot, you know. All right, where are we? Where is the next question? All right, so we answered that one. All right. Next question. Defensive end or edge rusher Cedric Harmon set a 49ers career all-time sack record. So basically, he has the most sacks in 49ers history. Very simple. Okay. How many sacks did he have in his entire career? Okay. A, 107 and a half sacks. 107 and a half sacks. A. B, 109 and a half sacks. 109 and a half sacks. C, 111 and a half sacks. And D, 112 and a half sacks. Yeah. Corey.
What's the question?
All right, so the question is, all right, 1 second. The question is, all right, defensive end or edge rusher Cedric Harmon set a 49ers all-time sack record. So he has the most sacks in 49ers history. Is it 107? So it's A, is it 107 and a half? 107 and a half. B, 109 and a half. C, 111 and a half. Or D, 112 and a half sacks.
I'm taking the D.
All right. Brian.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say A.
A. David McNiner.
I'm gonna go with C. Oh,
C.
sorry.
All right. Who's left on the panel?
Joe.
Joe.
Yo, A.
Okay. A.
And Fork says A. And Nate says A.
Okay. All right. So, how many sacks did Cedric Harmon, sack? The answer is D, 112 and a half sacks. So, Corey's the only one. He said D. Brian says A. David said C. And Sam, what was your answer?
Sam down.
Joe said A. Okay. All right. So
Nathan Z the GOAT said A.
okay. All right. All right. This is going to be a fun question because everyone likes Ronnie Lott. I like Ronnie Lott.
Fork left. He says, GTG, fellas, have a good night.
All right. Have a good night.
What does GT mean?
Got to go.
Got to go. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Or it also means good to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of, it just depends on how you're talking, pretty much.
All right. Everyone likes Ronnie Lott. I hope that's true. 49ers Hall of Famer Ronnie Lott had 63 interceptions with the 49ers. But how many interceptions did he have when he was in USC? Okay. So how many interceptions did he have when he was a USC player? Is it A, 10, B, 12, C, 14, or D, 20? All right, Corey.
I'm going with A.
All right, Corey wants to go with A. Brian.
I'm going to say C.
C. David McNiner.
I'm going with A.
A. Joe.
D.
D. All right. So, Ronnie Lott played in USC, and he had 14 career interceptions. The answer is C. Brian said C. Okay. Corey said A. David said A. Joe said D.
Okay. Nathan says B.
All right.
I might have to go for a minute, but I'll switch to my phone and I'll be answering in the chat.
Okay.
Axel, thanks. Go.
All right. Our first Steve Young question. All right.
Who got that one right? That one with Ronnie Lott. Who got it right? Was it Bryant?
Yeah, Brian was the only one.
Oh,
Sorry.
kicking our ass.
Nathan G got
I
it
got
too.
my phone in my hand, but I'm not Googling that. I'm reading about UOP players.
No,
No, I'm reading
Oh,
about I'm reading about UOP players because remember I was telling you who the quarterback was for the Tigers? It was Hugh Jackson. I knew I was on the tip of my tongue. I couldn't say it. And then Pete Carroll, he was a coach there for the Tigers. So yeah, take a Google on Stockton's history, UOP. Shout out Tigers.
All right.
The only thing we know about Stockton is the Diaz brothers.
Hey, very true. You know. Shout out the Diaz brothers.
I have I have some I don't know if it's facts or some interesting information about Stockton, but it's not pretty. I don't know if I should say it.
Yeah, let's just stay trivia then, because I love my city.
Yeah. So
I'm from the mean streets of Maple, Washington. So population 1,000.
all right, our first Steve Young question. In 15 seasons with the 49ers, in 15 seasons with the 15 seasons. In 15 seasons with the 49ers, how many full seasons did Steve Young play? Okay. So in 15 seasons, how many full seasons, like basically like where he played, I think every regular season game. Okay. A0, B2, C4, or D, neither? Corey.
How many seasons did he play?
How many full seasons? So in 15 seasons, how many full seasons? So he played every game, like week 1 to the final week of the season. He played every game. Every game. Was it 0? So A0, B2, C4, or D, neither?
I'm gonna say B.
All right, so Corey's gonna take B. Bryant.
I'm gonna take 4.
That is C. David.
I'm taking the D on this one.
Okay, D. All right. Joe.
0.
All right, guys. I'll be in the chat. I'm gonna leave myself in the stream and just mute myself. I'm gonna run somewhere real fast.
Okay.
Nathan said he's going with
the D.
And
All
B.
right.
Bob Jones says B.
All right. Okay. So in 15 seasons, wow, long time. In 15 seasons, how many full seasons did Steve Young play? The answer is D. And this is a two-part question. First, David said D, so he got that right.
And Nathan says D.
Okay, so Corey, you got it wrong.
Yeah.
Brian got it wrong. Joe said A. No, what did you say?
A.
Oh, you said A. Okay. Okay, so the answer is D. But how many full seasons? So anyone wants to just take a random guess, the first person, and they'll get 2 points.
5.
Okay, 5. That's incorrect.
I say 3.
Correct. Steve Young only played 3 full seasons. I was surprised myself too when I learned that. So
it makes sense.
Yeah. So Corey will get 2 points.
No, he's taking the lead.
Oh my gosh, we have two-way ties. So we have 1 two-way tie for first place. So we have two people trying to win first place, and we got two people trying to win third place.
How about for last?
Well, because you came in late, I can't really, like.
Am I at least tied for last?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we got a Frank Gore question. All right, oh no, it's not a Frank Gore question, but Frank Gore is in the question. All right, before Frank Gore passed Joe Perry for the most rushing yards in Niners history, how many rushing yards did Joe Perry rush for? Okay, so how many yards did Joe Perry rush for as a 49er? That's the question. A, 6,678 yards. B, 6,975 yards. C, 7,008 yards. Or D, 7,334. Corey.
I'm going with the D.
All right. Brian?
I'm going to say A.
Okay. Brian says A. McNiner.
He's going to have to say in the chat.
Okay, so he's going to put it in the chat. He'll come back. Joe.
A.
He's just going with A.
Nathan says, I don't know if it's his answer for this one. He says he's going with the D again.
Okay, so the chat's going with the D.
And Levi Jones says C. And David McNiner says D.
All right. Okay, so how many rushing yards did 49er great Joe Perry rush for? The answer is D, 7,334 yards. So Corey said D. Okay. Brian said A, so he got that wrong. David said D.
And Nathan says D.
All right. All right. So we got two questions. It's still anybody's ball game. We got the final bonus question and we got the last question of the trivia. Okay. Shout out to all the Bears fans because they're not going to like this question. But when I found out about this, I was like, wow. Okay, so get ready for the Bears fans to come in here and start to roast me. The 49ers defeated the Chicago Bears 28-3 in the 1988 NFC Championship game in Soldier Field. So we killed the Bears in 1988. I don't know if anyone saw that game. I was not alive yet.
I saw it.
Yeah. So, Bears fans, what happened in 1998? All right, that's enough. Because that Bear fan came in and he was just being very rude. But anyway, let's not say his name. So the question is, what was the temperature? What was the temperature in that game? Because they played in Soldier Field. So what was the temperature in Chicago in Soldier Field? So that's the question. What was the temperature? Was it A, minus 30, B, minus 26, C, minus 22, or D, minus 18? Corey.
If I can remember right, I think it was A. I
Okay.
could be wrong.
A for Corey. Brian?
I really don't know. I'm just gonna guess on this one. So I'm gonna say C.
C. McNiner?
Oh, he's in the chat, remember?
All right, we'll come back to McNiner. Joe?
Are we talking Celsius or Fahrenheit here?
Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay. Then I'll go with D.
Okay, D. All right, let's go to the chat.
Nathan says B. Bebop says C. And David still haven't given me his answer yet. David, what's your answer?
Okay. We'll wait for David.
Hey, so some fun facts about like the Bears and the Niners rivalry. When we first went to Levi's, they were the first team to beat us there, like opening day. That's really fun for us in their rivalry. They kind of own Levi's. Then we were playing a game against them one time, and I can't remember the kicker because I don't want to remember him right now. And he kicked the ball into, going for a field goal, and he was short, and they ran back like 109-yard field goal on us. I think that was Devin Hester it wasn't Devin Hester who did it, but they got the record for it, and it was against us in their field. So that's like, if you got a kicker and he can't kick it, sometimes you should just go for it. But that was a windy game, and we were dominating the beginning of the game. And after that, they scored a touchdown the minute the momentum shifted.
Yeah. Okay, David says taking the D again.
Take that D.
So what's the answer, John? John Jay? John Jay, are you there?
My bad. I kind of zoned out a little bit. Got a little bit sad. Little memory that happened to me today. So, anyway.
What was the answer?
All
You
right.
got it right.
Yeah, give me a moment. I'm a little bit. All right. Let's go back to the questions. My bad. Yeah, I'm going to feel a little bit crummy for a while, guys. So you probably guys won't see me for a little bit. Got to get my head straight on. All right. So back to the question. Okay, so basically the temperature at Soldier Field. I could have done that. All right. The temperature at Soldier Field was B 20 minus 26 degrees. So let's see who got B. Corey said A. So that's incorrect. Brian, you said C, which is also incorrect. David said D. Joe said D, also incorrect. What did the chat say?
Nathan says B.
All right, so the chat got that.
Yeah, Bebop Jones says C.
All right, last question. All right, so this is going to be for 2 points. This will determine who's in first, second, third, whatever. Okay, so this is the bonus question. All right, the final game, Alex Smith started. So his final game before Kaepernick took his job, his final game was on October 29, 2012 against the Arizona Cardinals. What was Alex Smith's passing percentage? We need like the completions and incompletions. So
wait. Can you read the beginning of the question again?
Okay. The final game Alex Smith started was October 29, 2012 against the Cardinals. Okay. That's the first part of the question. What was Alex Smith's completion percentage. So basically completing the football, just throwing the football and the receivers catching it.
But isn't that kind of like a weird question? Didn't Alex Smith play against the Rams and get hurt, and then Kaepernick came in and he never got a starting back?
Well, I think they're saying like the final 4 quarters that he played, like a full 4-quarter game. I think that's good because a lot of these questions were a little bit like weird to comprehend. So
okay, so you're gonna go to the game prior. So what, the Cardinals was the game before the Rams in that season?
yeah, so it says right here, October 29 game, 2012 against the Cardinals. That's the game.
I could Google it, but I think that'd be cheating to see the game. They'll probably tell me the percentage on that.
Yeah. Well, after we answer, then you can go check it.
No, I believe you. It's just, that's why I wanted clarity on that question because Alex Smith's last game was against the Rams. He got hurt, and then but you're saying full game or full 4 quarters. So what's the percentages again? I'm sorry.
Okay. So November, the following week was November something. Alex Smith started the first quarter and then he got the concussion. But they're talking about the November 29th game against the Cardinals.
I told you, man.
So that's the best I can explain it. Okay. So is it A, 85%, B, 87%, C, 90%, or D, 94%? Corey.
What was A?
A is 85, B is 87, C is 90, and D is 94.
I'm going with B.
All right, so Corey wants to go B. All right. Brian?
I'm going to take the D.
All right. McDiner is going to put it in the chat. Joe?
I'll go with what Bryant said.
D?
D.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll wait for the chat and David.
Nathan says B.
Okay.
If it's the game I'm thinking of, I think he threw 22 passes in a row, or he was on fire there before he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Alex when he started playing better. I didn't like him when he didn't play good.
Me either. When he first, I was like, before Harbaugh brought him back, I was like, good, he's going.
I
Then
thought
Harbaugh brought him back, and I was like, oh no.
All right, so he said D.
David
D. I thought finally Harbaugh fixed Alex Smith because he wasn't have a career year. Like his numbers were pointing up at the right direction. And unfortunately, players get hurt. You can't control that. Like it's just like someone told me, do you want to put them in bubble wrap? Like, how can you stop injuries?
Bebop says B.
Okay.
I think Alex first start he got injured. I think he got a shoulder injury his first start.
All right. So on the October 29th game of 2012, October 29th game, that was I think a 5:15 local time against the Cardinals, okay? Against the Cardinals. Alex Smith completed 18 passes with 19 attempts. He only had one incompletion. So what is the pass percentage? It is 94. The answer is D. And because this is a bonus question, people are going to get 2 points. So Corey, you said B. That's incorrect. Brian is going to get 2 points. So 10 and 11. David's going to get 11 and 12. Joe is going to get 2 points. So I'm going to give you have 3 now.
I got one right.
Yeah. So you this is your second question you got correct.
Badass.
All right. All right. Unfortunately, Steve-O and No Borders and Sam Bell left. Okay, so we have a two-way tie with the chat. So the chat, 12 people got it correct. So the chat, they're all together. So shout out to the chat. They got 12 right. David got 12. Brian got 11. Corey got 9. Unfortunately, because we have a tie. We got to settle this. Let's see. Will the chat win or will David be the winner tonight? All right. All right. I'm going to go find a question online that I don't even know the answer to. And it's going to be David versus the chat.
Woof.
Dogs. All right.
Sorry, guys.
The dog want to answer too. You say, I want to answer.
The dog.
Come on, Bebop, we got this.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Well, I was gonna say, was there another question?
Yeah, so basically, whoever gets this first, so if the chat, if they type it in the chat before you answer it, the chat will take the trivia. We got to give the chat some respect. If you get it before them, so basically, that's how it's going to go. So here's a question. All right, that I found. I don't know if it's easy or hard, but a lot of them are like Jerry Rice's receiving record, but I think this one is a good one. All right. Let me see. All right. Which 49ers head coach has the highest win percentage in Niners history? Jim Tomsula. I can't say that with a straight face. Jim Tomsula, Bill Walsh, George Seifert, Jim Harbaugh. So let's see. So I'm going to say the choices again. Jim Tomsula, Bill Walsh, George Seifert, Jim Harbaugh. Let's see who's going to get it first. All right, Nathan says Seifert. I don't know if David McNider gave an answer, but I'm going to give this one to the chat. So the chat wins tonight. Congratulations, everyone in the chat.
Congratulations, chat. You guys did
Congratulations.
great. You really did.
Yep. Shout out to my friend who formerly worked at Keysar. He gave me he gave me a book, and a lot of these questions were in that book.
Yeah, that was fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm probably going to be gone for a little bit. Get my head.
That was a pretty vicious hit by Julian Peterson right after he signed with the Seahawks on Alex Smith. I remember that very specifically. I was looking at that like, hold on, man, did you do that on purpose, or because his arm was up and he just drove him right into the ground.
It was the Seahawks, huh? I was trying to remember, and I thought it was the Seahawks, and I think it was in Candlestick, if I'm correct.
Yes, it was the Seahawks. It was Julian Peterson right after he signed with them.
And it was in Candlestick, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Hit him, and like after that, he wasn't right for a couple of years, and then different coordinators and stuff, but you still could see he wasn't right. And then he finally got better at the end of his career, but it was a little too late for us. And it's sad he got hurt and then he lost his job. But
see, that's why nobody answering me. I was muted. I was like, I was just saying, because I was trying to ask John Jay a question. I was like, John Jay, I don't think David knows is him against the chat.
What? It was me against the chat. What?
Yeah.
What was going on?
You in the chat was tied. And when John Jay asked the question, I think only you in the chat can answer the question.
Yep, I was thinking George Seifert.
That's okay. That's okay. The chat can win. It's all good.
Yeah.
I don't have to win all the time.
Yeah.
Well, on top of that, I was giving my neighbor, not my neighbor's kid, but this lady's I'm seeing's kid. It was his birthday, and I bought him some Hot Wheels. Because the kid's really into Hot Wheels. And so I was like out there giving them to him and talking to her, and like met her teenage daughter for the first time, which was kind of, kind of weird at first, but yeah, that was, that's what I was doing. So I was a little distracted.
Yep.
But it's okay. Oh man!
Did you guys see the big news in Seattle?
Bobby Wagner.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was watching it last night, and then that's why I was telling No Border Sports when I came on live on this show today. Somehow my computer brought that video back up.
Oh,
and I'm hearing y'all talk. I'm like, wait a minute, I haven't even put the link in the chat. Yeah, how's they talking on my thing? How's they talking right now? I'm like, how do they do that? I'm trying to find y'all. What? Oh, okay, that's an old video. Somehow it's playing in my.
Brian, Nathan, I don't know if I'd call that a vacation to LA. I think it was more like a 1-year detention in LA.
Yeah.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna jump out. You guys have a good evening. John, sorry to hear about your family member, and you take as much time as you need. Sometimes you just need to take some time to.
I know. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions tonight, and it's always good talking to everybody. Joe, I'll see you, and Corey. Hey, just let me know when you're going live again, and I'll try to be here. And I'll talk to you guys real soon.
So what you got next?
Brian.
Challenge, Joe? You're not Brian.
Well, today I had like a little bit of tech issues. I've got to figure out what's going on with my house. Either I have a ghost or I got to put a bigger breaker in, and I got to figure that out. But I was talking to my buddy and had a really good show with him, I felt like, and had it ended early. And then, so I'll probably have a show on Saturday. Same thing like as normal, probably a morning show. Have some good questions and some good topics, and I'm trying to put together a show for Sunday, but I don't have all the details for that just yet. I might pop in here or there on a Rombo show here or there, or might call in on my buddy Ryan Hensley show. See how that goes. And then Ryan, of course, I'll try to pop in on Friday to jump in on No Border Sports and go from there.
I just remember. I almost forgot. I almost. I want to say this before you leave. So, on Friday, was it Friday? Friday, I left and I went to have my dinner, and then I came back, saw you guys were still on, listening to you. You were talking to David Corona.
Yeah.
And you said something that kind of surprised me. So I want to say this, if it is true, I did snap at you one time on my stream. So I want to say I'm deeply sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, John. We've already talked about it and we got everything straightened up. That's what I was trying to tell David is like, don't always take John so serious because sometimes he's going through things. And it's just like we're all people, but we've already talked about it. And I heard you the other day too, and like you kind of, I thought, made reference because maybe other people have emailed you or said stuff to you too. So it's like sometimes, maybe and I understand. So, hey, I love you and thank you. But I didn't mean anything by it more than just like telling David, just be careful, be like, listen, sometimes, he might come off sharp, but he means the best. And I think you mean the best, John.
Yeah.
So
you're talking David Corona, right? Because I kind of.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, I've been watching John Jay a long time, and
Yeah, the other night he was talking. Yeah. He started getting like a little feisty, and I was just like, "Hey, man, just calm down a little bit," because John's doesn't mean that really. He might come off like that, but he doesn't really mean that.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
I think David realized that. So
now, I want to say this with the utmost respect. I'm going to try to be very careful how I say this. Like, if I'm not in a stream, like, don't bring me up. That does get me a little agitated for some reason. I don't like it when people talk behind my back. And I know you didn't mean it in a bad way. You were just trying to, say something to David Corona. But David Corona is a good sport. Like, he knows I'm joking around with him.
Yeah, I understand. And I don't think I was talking behind your back, but I don't want to be sitting here listening to people talk about like, stuff, like illegal substances, or talk about like they want to fight each other because one's picking on the other person. So when you did leave, I wanted to tell David, hey, calm down, because he's not trying to fight you. He's just giving you a hard time because he likes you. But, again, I'm not trying to talk behind your back, and I figured you were watching. So I was very careful what I said too, because I don't want to say anything in front of you or behind you that I wouldn't say to you, because you're my friend. Why would I say something bad about you? So, but yeah, I hear you guys. And, again, everybody, this is something that we do for fun. And, if, we're saying something to each other that's making each other argue, well, then maybe we should just dial it back. And I'll be here when you guys want to do it. And if, you guys want to call me, let me know. I'll be here. But I'm going to let you guys go, and you guys have a good day.
All right.
Hey, Bryant, before you leave, never mind. I was going to ask him if he was having his Packers fan on. It seemed like it was going pretty good today, and then it had to get cut short. So
yeah, he did. He was having power issues.
Yeah, I was going to ask him if he was planning on doing that next Sunday.
Well, in the Bay Area, basically, well, the worst, because I live here in Daly City. It's basically like I don't want to call it a suburb because it's divided into three parts. We got hit. We got hit the worst. Basically, we were out of power for 4 days in January. So what happened was there was a 50-mile-an-hour wind, and it snapped like a main power supply for an entire neighborhood. So for 4 days, they had to put a new post, put new wires, and that took 4 days for them to do that because it was raining at the same time. So if it wasn't raining, they could have got it done in like 12 hours, but it was that awful. And then the whole Bay Area, there was about, I think, like almost 2 million people without power. And then people in the East Bay, not everywhere in the East Bay, they're still dealing with power outages out there.
Oh, that's.
I'm gonna be honest with you. We're hardcore when it comes down to that stuff in Utah. It don't matter what's going on outside. That is getting fixed in 24 hours. It don't matter. I'm dead serious. It's like we have the worst snowstorm going on. You know, there's power line down. There's all this stuff going on. Within 24 hours, the crews literally have everything back up, and they're out there working in it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It's like
the reason
those guys have a hard job, man. It's a hard job.
I know. And the reason why it took 4 days is because there was massive flooding. Cars were like sinking into the ground, and when they were trying to reinforce the wood or whatever, it kept falling down because the ground was so oversaturated, and basically like less than basically like 2 football fields very close from the ocean. The water was like landing also in the city, so that's why they had a huge problem, because they couldn't do nothing about it. So eventually they realized we can keep doing this and be up 24 hours and get nowhere, or we just get this stick on the ground somehow. And once they got that stick, they had to come back, because they're not going to put wires when it's raining, because it's a hazard. So it was so bad where I lived, and I was out of power, and I had to go to my alma mater, which is a city college, to do a bunch of stuff. And yeah, it was really bad. It was really, really awful. But luckily, once they got that stick like hammered to the ground, and because every time they got it, it just fell. It kept falling down. They couldn't get that stupid stick to the ground.
Yeah. Joe, I know what Brian told me earlier. He's gonna try to hook up with his friend after the draft and do another one after the draft.
Oh, okay. What you got going on this week, Corey?
Wednesday, I'm hopefully to interview my niece. She's a Raider fan.
Oh, that's cool.
And my nephew, he's a Raider fan. I want my other nephew, but I can't seem to get in touch with him, which is my niece's brother.
Mm-hmm.
He haven't hit me back up saying he's down with it yet. But I want to ask some questions how they feel about Jimmy G and, coming to the Raiders, and get their perspective on the Raiders. And then Thursday, my trivia night.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe YTC, he'll be back. And I have a Giants book, so I'll be doing him in 49. I'll be doing the Giants and the 49ers.
Maybe
that's awesome.
Maybe when I come back, after, because I'm going to take maybe like 3 days, hopefully not too long, but.
Well, take the time you need, John.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll write some Giants questions for YTC when he comes back, because what happened was, I think his computer died.
Yeah.
And then his charger broke. So I don't know if he's buying a new computer, or the charger.
Buying a new charger.
Or the charger that he bought was not compatible with the computer. So now he had to order like a brand from a warehouse, where, because it's hard to find the exact charger if you have like I use Apple for many years now. I have a Windows, but if my Windows my Windows charger breaks, I have to get the exact same one, or I got to get it from a warehouse.
Oh, I got a question. I saw this. How'd it go? Okay, let me see how I can put this. By Seattle signing Bobby Wagner back, what's that got to do with the 49ers? What does that mean for the 49ers?
Nothing.
I think it'll be a problem honestly, I think we'll just be 10 times better against the run, right? Because our linebackers weren't nothing last year, especially you saw it in the playoffs. Once Jordan Brooks went down, now we'll have Bobby Wagner, Devin Bush, and Jordan Brooks, and we really run 2 off-ball linebackers because usually we got a nickel in there, if that makes sense. Usually we just run 2 off-ball linebackers, but I think we'll have 3 good quality off-ball linebackers, and Bobby will kind of be able to mentor Devin Bush, and hopefully we can get the most out of him. I think, like I was telling Ryan, I've told Ryan this a couple times. I mean, we were 30th against the run last year, and that was partially due to our linebacking play. And we can't get much worse, right? We can be 31st or 32nd. So I think we'll give you guys a lot tougher time next year defensively.
What do you think,
What
David
do you think?
Midnight?
Does it scare you guys a little bit, or?
Does what scare me? What are we talking about?
Us basically overhauling our front 7.
No.
Thanks.
Well, you still have Geno, so it's like, Russell Wilson was a thorn in my side. He was a absolute pain, and he's like, he was like that pole that's sticking through my midsection that just keeps bumping things as I walk by. It's like he's just Russell Wilson was a pain. Geno, not so much. I'm not scared of Geno, but I mean, getting Bobby Wagner back, that's kind of big. But he's also on the tail end of his career.
I don't know, because
you signed what, Dermonte Jones from the Broncos.
Draymond Jones.
Draymond Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he's good. He's pretty good.
Solid.
Yeah. But I wouldn't say he's anything that, Spencer Burford or Aaron Banks is going to be afraid of.
To be
also, that dude, now you have a good defensive end. That Nuosa guy, you have a good defensive end right there. I actually wanted to sign him last offseason. But then you guys nagged him.
Yeah. To be completely honest with you, you don't watch the Seahawks like I do. I don't watch the Niners like you do. And that's why I like talking to you guys, to kind of bounce ideas off each other, right? Because you know way more about the 49ers than I do, and vice versa, because I watch probably 5 or 6 Niners games a year. I'm assuming you probably watch 5 or 6 Seahawks games a year, including the 3 that you guys beat us last year, right? But watching Geno as a whole last year, if there was a downgrade from Russ, it wasn't noticeable, right? So, I think you guys prepared for our offense so well that it really made Geno look average. But to be completely honest, I think if number 3 was still back there, he still would have swept us. I don't think there would have been any different.
I see. What I would say.
Yeah. Okay.
What
I want to hear this.
What I would say about what's his name, Bobby Wagner. So I saw his stats from last year on a bad Rams team. He played good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he was the number 1 graded linebacker on PFF still last year.
Well, PFF, don't ever trust them, because they get a lot of things wrong. But besides that, the point, he played well.
Than us, man.
He played well.
Warner.
Now, Jimmy Garoppolo, one thing that when he played against the Seahawks, he would throw a lot of interceptions because he throws the ball inside the hatches and inside the numbers. He always did that. And every time he played the Seahawks, he would have, like, it was no matter what. When he played with the Seahawks, it was an automatic interception. And it was always at Bobby Wagner. So that was Jimmy's Achilles heel, basically, making those bad decisions. But when I look at our quarterbacks, whoever it's going to be, Trey Lance or Brock Purdy is going to avoid those hatches and outside the numbers when he plays Seattle. He played one game against Seattle, so he knows. I think I don't know. No, he didn't play against the Rams. So, but Brock Purdy, I'm more comfortable that he will avoid dangerous passes and he's able to stretch the ball down the field. Trey Lance is going to be something like Sneezy, who's one of the Seahawks content creators, said, I am more scared of Trey Lance than Jimmy Garoppolo because he runs the football. You know, I don't know what Bobby Wagner's play style is, but you have to account for that. Where when he moves off the pocket, Bobby Wagner will have to stay put because if he runs forward and he throws the ball short to a tight end, it's a wide open area. Or if he runs, then he has to change his direction. Any type of linebacker. That's why we got Trey Lance, because of what he can do with his feet.
Well,
at the same time,
obvious. Oh, go ahead.
And then, of course, we have Christian McCaffrey. If he stays healthy, I think Christian McCaffrey is better than Bobby Wagner on the offensive side. Mm-hmm. And we still have Elijah Mitchell, who, if he can stay healthy, he's dangerous as well. So, no disrespect to Bobby Wagner. He had a good year with the Rams last year, but our offense is going to be more careful keeping the ball away from him. And the way we run the ball against him, he would have to change his playing style. That's just my thoughts about that.
Well, and also you got to look at this. I realized it was 9 years ago, and I don't think Bobby's lost that much. He was able to contain Kaepernick pretty well.
Oh, Kaepernick!
Unless you think his speed is just falling off a cliff. He was the one that was always spying Colin Kaepernick.
Well, Kaepernick, had a fastball. He wasn't very accurate. When you look at his numbers, even when he had Frank Gore, a good offensive line, his best season was like 61%. He was not a good completion. Throwing the ball. He can run, he can run, but Kaepernick, he was basically like.
But what I'm saying is, as far as an agile quarterback, playing an agile quarterback twice a year, he really contained Kaepernick.
But Trey Lance is different. Kaepernick, people say Trey Lance is Kaepernick.
We'll see, because we haven't really seen Trey play, right?
I know, but
we'll see.
Overall, like I get what you said, and I said it. The first thing that came out of my mouth was he had a good year. He had a good year with the numbers said it all. He did well tackling. He did well with the run, game. Had good, passing stats, against, receivers and quarterbacks. So he did well. But we will see what happens next season, because can he replicate that? And like David McNiner said, the age is catching up to him. Can he stay at that level? We don't know.
No, we don't know. But also another thing is we really don't know what Trey's going to do, and that's the reason why we are so afraid of him as Seahawks fans, right? We don't know what we're going to get. I mean, he played 1.5 games last year, so we're looking at that. When Trey goes down in the first drive of the first game we played, you guys. I mean, we weren't the same team that we were towards the end of the year, but we were. So we were like, okay, at least we're playing somebody that we know, right? And you guys still spanked us. But yeah, I will admit, as Seahawks fans, we were much more afraid of Trey, not because we think he's that much better, but because we don't know if he is that much better. He could be that much better. He could be the same level of talent, right? Or am I wrong?
The one thing you said, that if it was Russell Wilson, y'all might not. You still think we would have swept you? I don't know, because Russell Wilson seems to be like a thorn, like David McNiner said, a thorn on our side. Because we couldn't beat him when he went to Denver. We lost to him. he beat us again. And at Denver.
But I mean, you lost to him 11-10. It's not like you really did any damage to you guys.
I know, but it's still like we start in the first quarter, in the second quarter, we'll have Russell Wilson down. We'll be winning. And all of a sudden, come up to halftime, a mistake happened here. Boom. Mistake here. Boom. Russell Wilson coming right back, and he beat us. It is still like
dude, in that game. So I know it was the play call. Let me get that clear right now. But James Richard Garoppolo is still the only QB in NFL history to have a pick six negated by a safety.
I was talking to Ryan about that yesterday. I was going, because he was saying something about interceptions with Jimmy G, and I go, that safety when he ran out of the back of the end zone. I mean, he's lucky he ran out of the back of the end zone.
Dude, like,
it's why are you calling a 7-step drop back when you're that close to the? It was just a bad play call.
Dude, like, I thought the referees missed it because I saw it before he even threw the ball. It was a safety, so I was screaming at the top of, "That's a safety!" And the referee's not calling it. And Jimmy throws the ball, he overthrows whoever the running back is, and then it lands on a Broncos defender, and all he needs is 5 yards, and he walks in there. Then I get even more pissed off, and then the referee was like, and I was like, dude, like, I hope they call that safety. I hope they call it. Because
isn't it so weird? Isn't it so weird? Isn't it so weird as fans of a team when you want them to call a safety on your own team?
Yeah,
because it's a lesser result.
Because he stepped out, the referees didn't blow the whistle. He threw it, and the play kept going, and it was a touchdown Broncos. I was like, I hope they call that safety. They review it, and even when they called the safety, I was still pissed off. I was still angry.
Yep.
Hey,
that's the only time in NFL in the history of me watching the NFL I've been glad to score a safety for the other team. It's the only time.
Hey Joe, we know you're undercover boss. We know you're undercover boss. That's we don't tell you the truth about the Niners because we know you're undercover boss.
Yeah, right.
He's the guy above John Lynch, but just under Jed York.
Exactly. I'm gonna go, but before I leave, I'm just curious. What's everybody doing this week? You guys got shows scheduled or something? I'll pop in your guys' chat.
See, for me, tomorrow I'm gonna be out of my house the whole day because I got to go visit one of my grandmothers. My grandfather, I lost him when I was 14, 15, and he had like a couple of brothers. They all passed away. The youngest one was getting close to 90, and he's been having chest pains. He had COVID, which somehow but then after that, he's been at the hospital for the last 3 months, and so I got to deal with that. But I'm gonna try to come back like before the weekend, next weekend. So I'll probably take a week off, and after I come back, I'm gonna be doing a lot of draft stuff. So I'll be doing a lot of draft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I got so tomorrow night. I got the Niners round check on CG 49ers Talk.
Okay.
At what is it? It's at 6 o'clock your guys' time.
Yeah.
And then that's then we got Corey Davis. When you going, Corey? That's the next one. That's the next one. I know I'm going to be on. I don't know what's going to happen in between. All kinds of stuff. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so like I said, Wednesday, I'm doing an interview with my nieces and nephew. Hopefully another nephew. And then Thursday is my trivia night, and it's gonna be it's gonna be 49ers and it's YTC have his computer ready and stuff. Then it's gonna be 49ers and Giants trivia.
Awesome.
See, I wish I had. I know you be joining. I wish I had a Seahawks book, but I don't have that.
Oh, I've mastered the book. Don't worry. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, Ryan tried to get me with some trivia on Friday night, and I think I answered it pretty good.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just one out of his book. But Steve-O, do you do any shows or anything, or do you just pop in the?
No, I have no desire. I just like to hang out and people asking the same questions all the time. I just try and ask questions that are different just to get people thinking, and might give them 10 minutes of content and stuff like that. But I am going to be working up to my way to 100 alts this week because the person that the dumb chick that called me racist and whatever else she said, I'm gonna pop her in chat. It's gonna be crazy. You're gonna check it out this week.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. If you guys ever need anything, just DM me on Twitter. It's Joe Stevens 39.
Yeah.
So if you guys, that's the best way to contact me if you guys need anything. So
yeah, I don't have Twitter. I have Instagram. So I don't know.
I need to finish my Twitter, but then just ignore all the 49er people. Just use it to communicate.
It's just funny. Most of the shows I go on, they go there and they complain about the people on Twitter. And like almost every time I was keeping track of, like, get that negativity out of your life.
Let's see, like
yeah.
I call
you can just ignore it, right?
I call Twitter like a weird ecosystem. Like, and again, people, like one thing about I don't want to do this to you, Corey, but I want to apologize. One thing about having freedom of speech, this thing that a lot of people take for granted, you can say whatever you want. Not everyone's going to like it. There's going to be things that are very rude and disrespectful. I mean, I'm not going to even touch that. But even people who just want to say things that are not intelligent because they think they know better, and it really shows you that people who are in social media, it's its own ecosystem. And for me, I have learned one thing: social media is not for me. I'm a person that's old school, and then I'm gonna say something so harsh. Do people really act like that in real life? Because every time I go outside, people are like very, like they're oh my gosh, I don't want to be, I'm so scared around other people. When someone says like, like, but when they're on social media, they act tough. I never get that.
It's because I've never been in a situation talking to my friends my whole life where they talk the way some people do. And we all know it's this one guy that, goes after Kyle. So then all these 20-year-olds that are with followers mostly, like they all say the same thing. Like nobody's talking about that in real life with Niner fans.
Joe.
Yo.
Now, I don't know if they're going to listen to me, but I said I posted your video, like, the Wagner video in a lot of Facebook groups, and also I sent some to Seattle fans that I know, like Noah, the guy that David didn't be putting a picture of. I sent him the video and asked him to subscribe to you, and I sent Steezy A. Smith, another Seahawks.
Well, hey man, I really appreciate that.
But I don't know if they're gonna listen to me.
Oh no, it's fine, dude. I'm just happy. I'm happy if anybody watches my stuff. I'm happy that I found you guys, and I found a nice little place where I can bounce off ideas with people. So that's what I'm most happy about. Somebody's accepting of a Seahawks fan in all 49ers chat. So
I know, like Mr. YTC, he's a New York Giants fan in die hard. He lives like 25 minutes from the stadium. And I've got to know, YTC for almost 2 years now.
Okay.
We've had our differences, we've had issues before, but we've always cleaned it up. We've always fixed. He's a good, respectable dude. He's a good dude. He has his own community. I wouldn't advise going over there because some of the community, all they want to do is curse at one another and, say personal stuff, even though they're like, we're all joking, it doesn't look like you guys are joking, but Mr. YTC, he's like, they listen to him. He's he's the general. Hey guys, cut it out. But Mr. YTC said, it is so weird that Niner fans only have to talk to Niner fans because we play you guys twice a year. We play the Cardinals twice a year. We play the Rams twice a year. So Rams, Niners, and all like that round table that they do is always good because you get to hear like my boy Peo time, Rudy, who's a bit of a, he's up in his rocker, but he's a good dude. Squabo and Steezy, good dudes. I've met Norcam. He's a good dude. So I've got to know perspectives. And I always do the same thing when I talk to other fans. I have a question for you. This is what the rumors are saying. These are what the media. What are your thoughts? And they said, oh, wow, this guy wants to know about my team. And I think people forget that this is a community. And yes, I know fans from other teams. So I'm glad I'm able to speak to you, man, and know about your team and, your perspective of your squad.
Yeah, thanks, man. And I want to say something before I leave. I'm sorry, I know I'm drawing this out. But Nathan said, I wish all Seahawks fans were as cool as Joe. Most of us are exactly like me. And you know what? I felt the same exact way when I came on with you guys on the first time, because all I've experienced as a Seahawks fan with 49ers fans is really going to the games. And there's a bunch of them that are asses, right? But I get it. It's Sunday. Your adrenaline's pumping. You love talking shit, right? Which I told Ryan, I talk a bunch of shit on Sundays, but it's always respectable. And I expect you guys as 49ers fans to talk shit right back to me. That makes sense. At the game, I'm the biggest homer that you'll ever meet in my life. But on these chats and stuff, I try to stay as realistic as possible, even though sometimes it may come out like bringing Bobby back. I mean, it's a great story, right? So, but yeah, no, most of us are super cool and really accepting towards everybody. It's just it's always a few outliers, right? Like anything, you pay attention to the assholes stand out more than the normal people do. So
Joe, what you got going on this week with your channel?
Oh man, I got to get off right now. I got to make me and this guy Darwin's Ravens. He comes on every Monday. His name's Levi. He's super cool. He's from the East Coast. He's a Ravens fan. He actually was the first guy to go on live with me, and he's been super cool. So he gave me the courage because I can't do this by myself, dude. I got to be talking to somebody else. So he's coming on. We're going to do a power rankings, 32-team power ranking, and then we're going to do top 10 worst free agent signings of all time. I really like to do top 10 worst on my channel. It makes me feel a little bit better about myself. Just kidding. But yeah, and then Wednesday, Ryan's going to come on. We're going to do our NFC West weekly talk, all news around all the NFC West. And then Thursday, I'm looking forward to trivia with you guys. And then Friday, the call-in show with you guys as well. So, shoot. Before I forget, I think Sunday I'm going on with Bryant Cole.
Okay.
By the time everything's said and done, you're going to be a Niner fan, just FYI.
I think that I'm in too deep, if that makes sense. I'm in a little too deep for that. So, when you're raised to talk and walk a certain way, usually you walk and talk that certain way.
Joe.
Yo.
I'll hit you up. I might want to do a show with you like the day before the games of 49ers when the 49ers play against Seattle.
Oh, dude, I'm anytime. Or
in like I'll be a guest on your channel when it's a home game for you.
Yeah, or we can even use this to stream to both of our channels. It don't matter to me. Somebody said it messes up the algorithm or whatever if you do that, but dude, I'm my channel's so small it don't bug me one bit whether you want to do whatever. So it's all up to you. But yeah, if you guys ever need me, like I said, just DM me on Twitter. I think I've talked to most of you guys on Twitter by now so far. So I know I talked to you, Corey. So. But all right, well, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna finish this PowerPoint, and then I'm gonna hit the hay, go to work tomorrow, and then do my stream after work.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, thank you for coming on.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Hope you guys have a good night.
All right.
All right. See you guys.
See you later.
Bye.
Later, Joe.
Yeah, okay, who's this? Oh, Steve again.
I had to switch to my computer.
Okay.
Man, dude, I went to get my groceries, right? It took them 20 minutes to find it, and then they scanned it, and they didn't give me any of the discounts. So it was like $35 more. And I'm like, hey, they're like, well, we have to scan everything. And I'm like, yeah, but when I order online, I get $15 off. So I was just so pissed. I was like, every time something was missed, so I just canceled my whole order. I was like, you guys are gonna give me gas money or something. So I only paid $3.65 for a gallon. So that was cool.
Mm. Yeah, sometimes those delivery service, that bring your groceries.
Yeah.
Occasionally, they do a good job, and then other times they're like, "Oops, we couldn't find something, so we got you something you didn't want."
Mhm.
So I just drive to or take the bus, because I have to share a car because like I can't afford a car at the moment. I'm broke, so I just buy my groceries. Like I just pick it up, and that's what I do. And
Well, yeah.
I'd use I'm mad at you, Reese, because I ordered food and it went to the wrong address 3 times. I'm like, 48.49. Can y'all get it right? I said somebody got my food and they's eating it right now.
Oh man.
No.
I remember this is a true story. Like, and I shouldn't act this way because people are like, oh, this guy's like a Karen or whatever the term is. So I ordered, my favorite pizza from my favorite pizza place, and the driver.
Well, you gotta say where it is.
Is in San Francisco.
No, what's the pizza name?
Well, it's called a Meat Cheese. It's right at the baseball stadium where the San Francisco Giants play.
Okay.
So it's kind of far out, but luckily, like Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, and even like other services, like they pick it up, take it to your house. So I order the food, and I know it's going to take about an hour because like my location is outside the city, but it's worth it. So I'm like, all right, just wait about an hour. I get a phone call from the driver at 45 minutes after I place the order, and he says, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I actually took your pizza and I gave it to another customer." And I was like, "What?" So I went off on him. I got really angry. Like I cursed him out. I said some things that I shouldn't have said. I look at it now, but at the same time, why would you do that? So I was like, oh man. Then another time, like a month later, I ordered some breakfast from Wendy's, and it was that same dude. And he's like, oh yeah, you're the dude who cursed me out. I said, oh my gosh, you. So this is the reason why I said what I said about like 5 minutes ago about in real life. And the dude was like, I'm so sorry, I did that. And he took his wallet out. He gave me $20. The dude was and I don't want to sound like he was a coward, but I'm like, I said, hey, dude, when you were on the phone, it looked like you wanted to scrap me, like you want to be in the boxing. Now you're kissing my butt and you're giving me $20. So I was like, oh my goodness, this guy, and it shows, the character of some people, like they act tough, but in real life, so I was like, I said, and next time, I said this, in the future, if my address pops up, just go somewhere else, man. He said, I will. I will never pick up anything from you. And I tell people, I am not that tall. This dude was like 6'5", and he was like, oh my gosh, I'm freaked out of this dude. Also, when he saw the neighborhood, he kind of did that stereotype. Oh my gosh, I think I'm going to get jumped here. But hey, some people have their stereotypes. They are who they are. But that's one thing I tell people: never mess with no one. Don't talk tough. Don't act tough. Be respectful because you don't know who they are. Because that's one thing that I tell young people: don't act tough. Don't do that stuff. Don't be like Mr. I'm a tough dude. Don't do that because consequences can happen. So every time I'm around people, I say, hello, how are you doing? Have a good day. Be very respectful. And that's it. But that was,
I was like, this is the last time, but I figured I was wrong. on my phone, I had the wrong address. So I said, how did it switch the address on me? I never been at this house in San Pablo. So why it put that address there? So I had to say, okay, that's my fault. Because I never noticed the address changed. Mm-hmm. But this time, it went wrong. I'm like, it said, how did the delivery go? Can you give them I'm like, I haven't got it, so how can I say how the delivery is? So I said, let me see something. And I checked. I said, no, it's not 4849 Cypress Avenue. Mm-hmm. And so then I said, let me walk through and went to some other people's houses because we have got people other food and we had to take it to them. They dropped it off at our house. Mm-hmm. So I walked to the neighbor's house and I looked, it's sitting right there on their driveway. On their porch. So I went up on the porch and got it. I said, other people looking probably and said, what is this man coming up on our porch for? Nobody never came to the door, but I'm like, if they have a doorbell like we do, the doorbell, why is he coming to taking our package? It's not there, it's mine.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't do the delivery. Only I've done it a couple of times when like I hurt my knee or something. I couldn't walk a couple of times, but I just do the pickup because it takes me like, I can order my groceries. I can be home there and back in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Instead of spending all that time in the grocery store. But I go to Smith's sometimes, for the discount on gas, the fuel points. But every time I go, you need a certain amount of points to get the $15 off. And every time I go, like there's always like 10 things they're out of, and they never substitute anything. And like when you substitute, as long as it's not like an orange Gatorade or has broccoli in it, like I'm cool with the substitution. But so then they put me out of enough things where I don't get the $15 off because they were out of everything. And I give them like 5 chances, man. I'm just done with it.
Yeah, I hate when they go to the store. They do sometimes they go and they say it's out of it. I was like, man, I was looking forward to that.
Yeah.
And they should have a live inventory. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk about some 49er news. I just found this moment.
Ooh.
So 49ers news. It has to do something about. I'm going to call him Jimmy for this one because he kind of deserves it. And again, like for anyone who doesn't want to say Jimmy, I'm not going to accuse nobody of anything, but do you remember David McNiner? Remember last time we spoke? And I said, I have a conspiracy theory. I don't believe in that. Apparently, some ladies of the night, their job, I don't judge.
Oh, yeah.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Has offered Jimmy services if he wins a Super Bowl for the rest of his life.
Alice Little.
Yes, this is 100% true. I was actually talking on the phone with Damian Lee about this earlier. And we both confirmed it in a couple different spots. So this is 100% true. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's capable of doing that, or the team is capable of doing that. But yes, it is true.
Now,
oh yeah, I know one of the girls.
Now, David, you could correct me. You're older than me. You have a kid, so I don't have a kid yet, but I've had girlfriends before. I know the deal. But what kind of man is gonna be like, oh crap? If that's going to be offered to me, I'm going to bust my ass off because, again, I'm not trying to gross anybody out or, make anyone feel kind of uncomfortable. If you are a grown man and a woman is attracted to you, you're not going to complain. I'm sorry if, that offends some people, but I went to college. So, I miss those days. That's all I'm going to say. But we'll see if he really steps his game up, but I don't know if this is true or not, but it's just funny to think about it because, the incident.
So James did date that, adult film star. So there could be some motivation there,
Mm-hmm.
No, it is true because I live 5 minutes away from the Bunny Ranch, And one of the I watched Stephen A. and he actually looked up the two girls that said that, and one of them is Alicia Little, and I know she resides out of Mount House, which is 5 minutes from my house. So she's in Vegas right now. And Stephen A. actually watched one of his pods for some reason, and he talked about it, and he named the two girls, and then he named everybody on the list just to give him his options. And like I know one of the girls, so I know it's for a fact.
I have one question. Why does Stephen A. Smith know that?
He looked into it. He was cheesing, laughing, and he had to do his stupid spin on it. And, hey, when he said Alice Little, like, because you can go to the website and you can look at everybody's name who's working.
You know what? I am not with my friends, so I'm not going to say my next comment. I just want to know how he knows that. I just want to know.
Well, I trust he did his. Yeah, that was his thing. Is he was acting like, you know what I mean? He doesn't have any part of that.
I'm sorry. You know what? No. This is something for White TC and his French streams. Not here.
Okay. If you're paying attention to me, who am I wearing?
What
shirt?
You're wearing Trey Lance, and it looks like a sweater, but you've been frozen on my screen, and now you don't have a picture up.
I know, like every time I see Corey, he has some sort of sweater or he has a jersey, but I haven't been paying attention.
He's right, Trey Lance.
Yeah, because I always thought it was a jersey, and you've been frozen since I logged in on my computer, and I was like, that looks like a sweater.
This is a hoodie.
I also noticed you got a lot of stuff on your dresser over there.
Jeez, I wish.
Look at his bed. I'm jealous of the blanket.
She's like, I wish.
And also got his jersey on underneath.
Like, I still remember when you went to the 49ers game and you took all those pictures with all those football players. See, I remember that.
Yep.
So, like, yeah, Corey, like, hey, Corey secretly, hey, we don't know, could be part of the organization. You never know.
Yeah, speaking of five, go ahead.
I just my cousin hooked that up. He went to the game. He knew he went to Saints. He went to it was really like Adam Banks, and he hooked us up.
Yeah, speaking of five, Zane also wears number 5, or did. Well, I talked to 3 Carolina Panthers podcasters, and they're like, his quad blew out, and he was kicking in the net in the last preseason game. He didn't play the whole year, and they already have their kicker, so they're not going to be in search for one because they were going to release him. But they're saying, his quad just blew out, and I know he had to see a specialist, and they're saying, well, if he goes if he's signing with the Niners, he's going to have to pass a physical, so we're going to see, how bad it really was.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like 90%, but he's like 80% with the playoffs combined, so that kind of concerns me a little bit.
Yep.
David McNiner.
Yo.
If Jimmy G or James, what you call him, came
James
to your
Richard,
front door, came to your door and said, knocked on your door and said, hey, my name is Jimmy. What would you say?
I'd say, nope. Your name is James Richard Garoppolo.
Oh, man.
I still don't know how to spell his last name.
I remember when I started my YouTube channel, like very, very early, I would always have to copy his name from the Wikipedia page. So I didn't, and I had to save it. So every time there was a Jimmy Garoppolo story, you know, it was there. And then over time, I learned how to, you know, spell it. But yeah, like, you know, like the first, you know, couple of months was just like, I don't know. But
that's why I still say I have trouble saying Garoppolo.
yeah.
That's why I would say Jimmy G or James G. I can't say his last name. That's why you always see me say Jimmy G. Never say Jimmy Garoppolo because I had problems saying Garoppolo.
Also, like I said this a long time ago. I blame Tom Brady for kicking Jimmy out and, you know, having him come over here. And a lot of people don't believe me, but I've met Tom Brady's father. He may look nice on TV. He may be very quiet, but in real life, that dude is still like, the Niners should have drafted my son. The Niners should have drafted my son. I'm angry. And I told him, dude, your son has won Super Bowls. He's married a supermodel. He's like, everybody wants to, you know, like talk to him. Like, he's so famous. And you're complaining that your son didn't go to the 49ers? And Tom Brady was like, hey, I'm going to get back on the Niners for not drafting me. Yo, take Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's ruin their organization, even though it's a joke. What if, you know, that was Tom Brady saying F you to the Niners? So
I think the Raiders are going to draft a quarterback because they already restructured Jimmy's deal to a 1-year deal with optional 2. And the more quarterbacks taken, the better chance we have to get whoever we want.
Well, like, everyone knows wherever Jimmy was going to go was going to be like a 1-year stopgap, maybe 2 years if he has a good year. And like the Raiders were like, let's get rid of Derek Carr. And, you know, I don't want to get to this dumb argument, but Derek Carr was never the problem. Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders are a match made of heaven. I'm going to explain why. Jimmy, can he win with no defense? We're going to find out. Can Jimmy? He could lose his running back because his running back is also wanting out. Davante Adams left a cryptic last week. He left a cryptic text message or Facebook or Twitter post or whatever. Said, I came here and my quarterback is this now. So either Josh McDaniels is sabotaging the Raiders for his own prerogative, or he feels that Jimmy Garoppolo is better in his system and Josh McDaniels is an idiot. Also, last but not least, I'm the only person who can say something about the Raiders because the Raiders played in Oakland. I lived there for 3 years. They never had a defense after the 2002 Super Bowl loss to Tampa Bay. That's why they've been so crappy. They've had good offenses, but their defense have been crappy. So it's a good match made in heaven. And Garoppolo is going to realize that you should have went with the Texans with the Miko because there's no pressure over there. That's the weakest division. 3 players already from the Niners went over there with the Miko. So, you know.
I mean, imagine Green Bay Packers right now. If you're going to go to games and everything, and they traded Davante Adams, probably not feeling too good. And now you're getting rid of Aaron Rodgers. What are you going to go there for? I mean, that's like, imagine us if we lost Deebo Samuel and like Fred Warner got traded away. I mean, we wouldn't suck as bad, but we'd be pretty pissed off.
I know, but yeah, and if Jimmy wanted to be in the same offensive system, he could have won to Green Bay because Jordan Love, like I'm going to agree with the Bears fans. Jordan Love is not it. He's not it. He was overhyped. He went to Utah State. I think they played the Mountain West, which is not considered a really good conference. And he regressed his senior season. Like if he would have left a year earlier, probably he would have been a really good choice. But his game declined. And that was the year in 2020 where, nobody played college football. So, and your numbers go down. So I see dark days for the Packers probably in the next 3 years. You're going to start seeing an exodus of a lot of players. Yeah. And you never know. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Maybe the Bears are going to be the best team in that division because I don't know about the Lions yet. They got to prove it to me that they can have another winning record. So,
well, the thing about that division is the big question mark. You know, with Aaron Rodgers has pretty much said, "I'm playing in New York, the New York Jets next year," and no trade has happened.
mm-hmm.
But I'm honestly thinking it's because of the salary cap implications to Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
If they trade him before June 1st, you know, it's a humongous hit. After June 1st, it's still a pretty big hit, but it's not as bad. So they might have like a handshake deal already in place with New York.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, their quarterback, Jordan Love, I watched him in college. He threw a lot of interceptions. But when it comes down to it, he's mobile. He's got good size. He's durable. And he can zip the ball in there when he needs to. But the question is over the course of time, because I don't know how long he's been in Green Bay. I can't remember when they drafted him. But, you know, at this point,
today.
Hasn't he been there? I mean, I think he's been there like, I know he's been there at least 3 years.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, Brian Cup was his morning show. Him and his Green Bay fan was talking about that this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember.
I missed all that because I was like, I was so crashed out.
I know. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. This is what Over the Cap says. You know, the website says if they trade him right now, they're going to have a $40 million dead money. That's ridiculous. They would have to they would have to restructure every contract, and a lot of restructure might trade me. So if they trade him right now, the Packers are screwed because then they have to restructure everybody's contract. You know, so that's not going to help out. They're only going to be saving $8 million. So his dead money will come down to about $32 million, which is still a lot of money. But if you wait of a post June 1st trade, the dead money drops a lot. They will save $16 million, and the Packers will only be forced to restructure $15 million. So that's a much better situation, and they will still be able to keep a lot of their players, but you have to still deal with that $15 million. How do you deal with that dead money to get back at zero? Okay. Now, hypothetically, say the Packers restructure his contract. They will only save $11 million, and his cap hit would be $31 million. So the only thing they can do is trade him after that. So even if they restructure, that's why he's not a Jet yet, and the Jets are also, once they take that contract, they're going to restructure the last 2 years left on that deal, because they don't want to pay $60 million and $65 million in case he decides to play the final 3 years of that contract.
Yeah, that's why it's smart on Green Bay's side, and everybody at first was like blaming Rodgers for dragging his feet, and they want an answer now. I don't think Anthony Richardson is going to make it to the 6th pick. I think the Raiders have. I think he's going to make it that far.
Well,
hold on a second. Who ran the fastest 40 time?
No idea. Rich Eisen.
Okay, then that's who the Raiders are going to pick.
Okay, so
I feel like
before the combine, and I know David calls it the underwear Olympics, that the combine does not matter. Anthony Richardson was a 3rd round grade. After he ran the 40-yard dash, he became a top 10 pick. Why? Why did that happen, David? I'm trying to scratch, because the combine matters, because they need to see all these intangibles and measurements, because then they can look at, oh, we could have waited until this round. Now this guy is jumping up. Now we have to look at how we look at the big board. That's why the combine matters. Even though the quarterbacks, they are just throwing the ball to a receiver, but when you see them throw the ball down the field, and CJ Stroud, again, maybe I'm just being a homer, had the best touch on that ball, and he let his receiver. The receiver looked up, put his hand out, and landed on his hand perfectly. That is not easy to do, throwing the ball 50 yards down the field. So, and Will Levis, who threw the best throw but was dropped by the receivers, that ball came out perfectly. It's just as the receivers had butterfingers, and that's also going to hurt receivers when you're dropping the football. Oh, we don't want a receiver practice.
Well, so I have an example of who also skyrocketed because of the underwear Olympics and ended up busting. You might be familiar with him.
He's on the
Solomon Thomas.
Well, I knew he was overrated, not because I'm a Cal fan, but the coach who's best friends with John Lynch. Well, what is his name? Anyway, said, dude, this guy, John Lynch, trust me, we're best friends. He's better than Myles Garrett. And he took his word for it. I don't think the combine did anything. I think that, and John Lynch was at Stanford this week, and he says, I like that quarterback from Stanford. We might draft him. You better not draft another quarterback, even from Stanford, if they're not Andrew Luck. So you see that John Lynch has a bit of a soft spot for Stanford because he went there, and he might have been a coach, but he became a sports anchor for the football games on Sunday. But yeah, he has a soft spot. Like, Bill Walsh had a soft spot.
Draft another quarterback. It's like, man. Now, but what are we gonna do though? Cut him and keep him on the practice squad?
I don't know.
And just whatever. Just don't sign Josh Johnson. But my thing with the underwear Olympics is, I would like to see these guys in full uniform with pads, doing everything they're doing. I don't want to see them literally in tights doing it. I want to see them fully geared up, like they're playing football, doing everything that they do. Running the 40. Well, what do they got? They got the 10-yard split, but they just do that during the 40 when they're running it. What else they got? The high jump, the bench press, don't they do like a agility test? I can't remember what the agility test is called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically, because I'm a coach, again, like people pay me a lot of money. So let's start off something very easy. If you've ever lifted the bench press, a lot of people think it's easy. No, it's not. The bar is 45 pounds, and then whatever weight you decide to put on, because I don't know anybody. But let's say you're putting 25 pounds on one side, 25 pounds on the another, plus it's still less than 100 pounds. So when I was in high school, if you cannot bench 95 as a freshman, then you would have to push that bar until you get 95. And over time, your body starts getting used to it. That's why some people are like, all right, the last time I bench pressed, I did 200. All right, I'm going to go down to 125 to see if I still have it. Boom, boom, boom. I got it. All right, put some more weights on. Boom, 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 to see if you still have it. So that's what benching is. Now, why do the offensive line have to do that and defensive line have to do that? When you're trying to push another large man, and they're trying to push you, do you have the upper body strength to keep that person in front of you. That's what the bench press it does. It's not about, oh, this guy can do, all right, I'm going to draft him. No. The 40-yard dash is, I agree, it's kind of dumb, but it's for special teams players because you need to run 40 yards down the field and make a tackle. That's what it's for. Now let's look at, those defensive drills for the secondary. Why do they run forward, run back, run side to side, and then run down the field and catch a football and then finish running it? Because when you're a secondary player, you have to learn how to move side to side, up and down, and try to catch a football when the ball is thrown up in the field. Okay? It may look dumb, but every little thing has a small reason why you're doing it. And yes, you may think, oh, kids can do that, but are you going to draft a player who, like, when they're trying to catch an interception, they're going to drop it all the time? And yeah, you get one chance. Oh, he dropped the football. All right, I'm dropping him on my board. You have to impress, even though it may look easy, it may look boring. And the same thing for all the other positions. There's a reason why they do those certain drills. And if you cannot do that, they're going to penalize you. And it's true. Look, like Tom Brady, he did everything on the combine so awful. And every 32 teams, all the mock, this guy is never going to be an NFL player. But what did he have that most people do not want to talk about? He had Bill Belichick. They had a good defense, and he was a game manager early in his career. And then Tom Brady, repetition got better and better. People forget that they did not have to draft a quarterback. And he also had, where he sat down for a year before he got his opportunity. So
they had Drew Bledsoe. I remember that too, John Jay, when Tom Brady wasn't slinging the ball around like the first 3-4 seasons of his career. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
McGuire, that was exactly what I was going to say, was as far as the combine, which I think is probably, it might be his last year, I'm not sure, but if it's not, I got a challenge for you, Corey. So like, we've seen these guys 9 games for like at least a couple of years, right? But we don't know their 40 time. Well, that's because they they're on a straight line and they don't have pads on. So if you don't know what team you're going to get drafted to. So if they continue to do it, Corey, I want you to take your logo, put it on a helmet, and then pads and everything else, and rock your logo on there, so that at least they have a brand they can support and actually run the 40 with the football and pads and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Yep.
But yeah. I mean, the 40 time it actually hurt Hufanga. If he didn't run a horrible 40, he probably wouldn't have dropped to us.
I know.
But he has good game speed though.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it. That's why I'm saying the combine. That guy that jumped up to a top 10 pick. What if he doesn't turn out to be anything? What if he is picked in the top 10,
mm-hmm.
and eventually ends up being like Solomon Thomas?
I know, and I remember, like TRL, he's the Cardinals dude. Kyler Murray was not going to be number 1. Nick Bosa was going to be drafted to the Cardinals, and then Kyler Murray went to the combine because he wanted to run the 40-yard dash. He wanted to throw the ball to say, hey, I may be small, but, I'm really good. What the hell did he do? He measured, and the league found out he was much taller than he anticipated. He said, all right, I'm going home. And everyone's like, he's the number 1 pick now. What? So the combine matters. Yes, it should not matter because these little dumb things. And look what happened to the Alabama quarterback. He is shorter than Kyler Murray. He's not 6 foot. And you want to know what he said? I'm still the best quarterback in the draft. No, your stock went down. That's why all the other quarterbacks are moving up, because you're short. And that's the way the NFL is going to be, no matter what. So there's a lot of weird, dumb things that happen in the combine, and at the end of the day, there's a reason why these players, they participate. It's not like they're forced to do it. But again, your draft stock can go up and it can go down. And Talanoa Hufanga is a good example. I had that scout, what's his name? AJ Highsmith, whatever. His father played also football. His father's also a general manager. So he said, we like Hufanga and we wanted to draft him with the Bills. But we hated his 40 time. So we took him off the list. And then look what he did with the Niners. So
I mean, like I think Hufanga ran at 4.5. I mean, and all the fast guys went at 4.3. I mean, what are we talking here? Like 0.2 of a second? I mean, like I think they overrate that too much. But shout out to Tommy Huxley. I don't think I've ever been called a fairy before. I'm not sure if you spelled it right, but
well, yeah, Tommy Huxley is just like me. You know, we're a joker, but he always apologizes. He's a good dude. You just have to understand, you know, the way he acts. He doesn't mean anything by it. It's just how he talks.
Yeah. Why does everybody say Tommy Huxley? Why do they say it like that?
That's his name, Tommy Huxley.
No, but they say
Steve, he called us all fairies, buddy. He normally does that. It's okay.
They're always like Tommy Huxley, and I don't know why they say it like that. I missed something.
I've never heard anyone call Tommy that, and I've known him for almost 2 years now.
Yeah, Aaron and Ryan and all those guys, they do it. So I'm just following along. I don't know what the joke is.
So
Smiler Blurry is a bust.
What do you guys think about that Carter guy? Like literally, like going to jail, being in there for 12 minutes, and then going right back to the combine. Like, how'd that make you guys feel?
You know what?
He turned himself in because there was a warrant out for his arrest, and you know it's the right thing. Then they booked and released him, but it's like, you know, somebody passed away. You know, somebody died. There was this racer in California. He's a street racer. He's actually involved with at one point he was on one episode of Street Outlaws on this one channel, right? And the guy was racing a Mustang on the city streets, lost control, went into the bystanders, somebody died. That dude is in prison. He's in prison. And he ain't getting out anytime soon.
Wait, so the guy that was racing him went to prison?
The guy that no. I'm not talking about the Jalen Carter incident. This is another similar incident. But so the cars lost control, went off the road and killed someone that was watching the race. You know, a bystander. And that guy is literally in the guy who was driving the car is in prison. The guy who was involved with the race actually did prison time, but he's out now. The other driver of the other car, you know, but so this guy was in a race. Somebody died.
Two people
just being involved in the race, he should literally have to do some time. I mean, there's no, unless he was just sitting in the car, you know, like seat belted in, not doing anything, which, I mean, if you're in the car and you're not telling them, hey, what the hell are you guys doing, then you're doing something wrong, because you don't do that on the city streets, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like if me and Corey are we're going to Smith's, and then all of a sudden he decides to shoot somebody, like I don't think I should be going to jail for murder, you know. So I don't know, you know, you both agreed to race, and two people lost their lives.
Exactly. Exactly. I look at it like the guy should be in deep trouble. He really should be. I think so. Someone lost their life because of his decision.
Well, it was also the other guy.
I've dabbled in street races occasionally during the summertime. But what we do is we're not in the city. We're not in the city. We go out, we drive for 30 minutes to the middle of nowhere to some crappy road that is so hard to get traction on, it's not funny. We have lookouts go way down the road and look for cars coming. We have, you know, we put, like, if there's intersections or anything like that in the path, we will put cars down those roads looking for people, looking for cars. You know, we set it up. We do not want anyone in the path of those vehicles if they could lose control, fly off the road, anything like that. With the only people we want that are going to be in harm's way are the two drivers in the car. That's it.
But that's the thing is no bystanders. No
That's
bystanders
exactly
got
it.
hurt.
No
bystanders got
bystander.
hurt.
That's
So-
why we do it that way.
But see, in this situation, no bystanders got hurt. So even though you take all those precautions, which you should, and then say like the same thing happens and a driver kills and dies, like and you were racing, I'm like, do you think you should go to prison?
So here where I live, we have people who drag race, anyway, and they do it in an area near the ballpark, and they do it in the late hours. In that area, like there's barely any traffic, there's barely any people because it's where the tourists are. Most people in the city, they go to sleep early, like midnight. Like the city starts to like die down by 1 o'clock. Everyone's sleeping. So what Davis said is true. Like you have people that are like a quarter mile, half a mile, and a mile down, and they do their dumb things. Now, when it comes to drag racing, you're not supposed to do it. It's illegal. And if someone perishes, it's a legal question. It's a legal question. Again, like I don't know how, because I'm not a lawyer, but when a life is, taken away, even if it wasn't caused by someone is still responsible for that. And if the Georgia player, that's why, he went there, he turned himself in, to tell, his side of the story, and whatever the law says is the law is. And then after that, you just live with that. But at the end of the day, that stuff happens in drag racing. It doesn't matter what happens. Someone is still responsible for it, no matter what.
I don't know. I think
as a teenager or a young person, sometimes you make the dumb mistake. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a little story about what happened one time.
Allegedly.
Yeah, there we go. That's the word we need to be using.
Allegedly.
It's too late to prosecute, and it's too late to do anything about it because nobody got hurt in my thing. Me, my two brothers. My brother was driving the other car. My play brother was driving the other car. My brother was driving this car, and we had the choir members in the car, and we was on our way to our house. And all of a sudden, Kurt and Dre decided to race. Each other named racing.
You say choir members?
Yeah. We was a singing group. And we decided to race, and well, not we, my brother and his brother. My two brothers. And they were flying around and went to make this turn. And they hit each other. And we're like, oh shit. And so we're getting out the car, look at the damage of the car, and look at it, and ask everybody if they're right. And the people came out. I said, everybody's okay? News dial 911? No, we fine. We're fine. No, we don't need 911. Nobody's hurt. And then we said they probably not going to listen to us. They're going to dial 911. So we left. Got in our cars and left. And we got walkie-talkies. We sitting up there talking on the walkie-talkies. Okay. All the choir members, y'all wasn't in the car with us in this accident. And so we figured out our place where the crash happened. We told our parents, oh, this car came and he came out of nowhere, and the only thing he messed up, he hit Dre, and then we was falling too close behind, so we hit them. and they believed it. But see, somebody could have got hurt, and no fault. I think it would have been the 2 drivers, not the passengers, because we didn't have no control of it.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm saying is like you got control of your own car. The other car, I mean, they already paid the price. But what bugs me is the fact that he was in there for I think 12 minutes. And I was in Colorado. I got arrested during work. I called my boss's son like, hey, some kid got the cops called on him and they wanted me to verify he worked with me. And I'm like, yeah, but I had a warrant out because I forgot to pay my speeding ticket. And but I was in there. This chick posted my bail, and it took them 8 hours after they posted my bail in Colorado. And so I'm like, 12 minutes, you get fingerprint, picture, mugshot, all that stuff. It takes more to put all my information, longer to put all my information. That's what bugs me is 12 minutes. Or maybe it bugs me because it took mine 8 hours.
Sometimes you do crazy things and you make the wrong decisions.
Oh, it's funny, man. So it's the same kid. Because I ended up getting tricked into doing like door-to-door sales, right? Those stupid Kirby vacuums. And we always go to New Mexico because they were really nice people, easy to get in and all that. And the same kid, he was black, so he like people thought he was suspicious all the time. And I guess there was a fire we went to this house off the highway, and there was this fire, big old fire, right? And so we pulled over, we just try and get something in, try and get a sale in. The kid knocks on the door, but instead of, I guess it was one of those where there's like a green room in front or like a gardener's room, so it wasn't the main door. He walked in that, and they pulled the gun on us. And they called the cops, and they're like, get out of the car before the cops got there. And I was like, I ain't getting on this fucking car, man. And then the cops came, and they put us all in handcuffs, and they put me in the corner, right? And I'm sitting on this tractor seat, and then everything's all taken care of because I was like the leader at the time. But they forgot about me, and I'm in handcuffs. And I'm like, I could just walk away. And they start leaving and everything. And I'm like, hey, like, you guys just gonna leave me here? Like, I totally could have just left. But I mean, everything was cool. We didn't get in. Nobody got arrested. They tried to blame us for the fire. They're like, you started that fire? But it was funny. And then I started hitting on the cop.
I remember we delivering newspaper, got scared of life, and we was going by this house, and we threw the newspaper in the driveway, and his car alarm goes off. And this guy come out of the house with a gun. And we like, dude, we don't have nothing to do with your car alarm going off. Please put that gun away. It was like 5 a.m.
Nowadays, it's even worse.
Well, I don't think nobody get newspaper anymore.
You know what? I haven't. I know that we have a Standard Examiner. That's the newspaper in my area.
You still have a newspaper?
And they do still deliver, but most of what they do is online now. So,
okay.
Man, we haven't had
I know someone that works there, and they straight up tell me that most of it's just online. A lot of their staff switched from actually making newspapers to they had to go to training classes on computers, and it's like, wow, really? She was like, yeah, we don't make many newspapers anymore. I was like, dang. She actually moved up to Toledo, Washington, right? Actually, that's where she lives right now.
Yeah, when we had a newspaper back in the day, like, I get it because that's how you filled out. You'd have all the football teams, and you pick every winner, and then you send it into the newspaper place. And if you won, they gave you like $10,000 or something. Yeah. That's where you learned all the stats. We had no computers and stuff.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's insane, right?
What was his name? What was that killer name? Serial killer?
Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh.
No.
Hold on.
California. What was his name?
I know he's not talking about the Unabomber.
Are you talking about Jim Everett?
Jim Everett.
Jim Everett.
I'm Jim Everett.
and the Niners suck.
John might know what I'm talking about because he was in the Bay Area.
Who?
This killer, serial killer.
Yeah, I don't watch the news, but maybe once a week.
Say it
But
again.
it's like a long time ago. The serial killer was
The Zodiac killer. That's way before my time.
Oh my goodness!
Not Zodiac. He's because they got him. He's in prison right now.
You know, I kind of believe like I was watching a Hitler thing. I didn't know he committed suicide. I was watching a documentary the other day. I kind of believe like as long as people that are living, and they remember you, as long as you stay relevant in somebody's life, like you continue to live. I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, but well, I can't think of his name.
I don't know.
But he was. I remember we was delivering paper with my auntie, and we was like, "Man, what if we run into him?" Because he was. It was last time we reported in the paper that he was in El Zabrani.
Because like the only serial killer in the Bay Area is the Zodiac, and the myth. I don't know if it's true or not that he got away, and he never ever got caught. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but they even made a movie about it, which it was a horrible movie.
They say
But
he never
the Zodiac
got caught.
killer, like, left Zodiac signs after, and that's why he so that's I don't know anybody else.
But
yeah, you do. You got the Zodiac killer, the Doodler,
something River.
I looked it up. The Santa Rosa hitchhiker killer, apparently. The Golden State killer. That was. Oh wow, the Unabomber was? Are you
I
kidding?
thought that was New York. I thought it was New York. Oh, that was the trunk guy or something.
What is this? Hold on a second.
How did we go from street racing to this?
It says top 7 most notorious serial killers in San Francisco is what I'm reading. The Unabomber, I didn't know the Unabomber was in California. I gotta look up my history here.
What was that? Was that the plane guy or what was that? Who was that?
The Zebra Killers. That's number 6. Richard Ramirez.
Yeah.
That's the guy you're looking for. At least 13 people between 1984 and 85.
Yeah, him. What was his? They called him a nickname. Did they tell you on there?
I'm just trying to find it.
Corey's
all. Oh wow.
Corey's all. You got my paper money. He's like, yeah, come on in.
The Night Stalker. The Night Stalker.
Yeah, that's what he was. Because that's what we was like delivering paper, and he was supposed to be seen in the areas where we delivered paper. And Monty was so worried about that. Well, if we run into the Night Stalker, and he got caught. What city he got caught in? Because I know they chased him down. If I remember right. Do it say how he got caught?
Let's see.
What city he got caught in?
Corey, so
was arrested and sentenced to death. It says he passed away in prison in 2013.
Okay.
Corey, when you deliver papers, did you ride a bike or did you car or how'd you do that?
Well, when it was just me and my cousin, we rode bikes. But when we did it with my auntie, we did it in our car.
Nice.
And it'd be nighttime when we drive and delivering papers.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be dark out. So we were like, the Night Stalker might be out here. And my auntie said, shut up. Stop saying that.
Oh yeah, I think the last where kids would deliver papers was I think 1997, 1998, around that time. And the reason why I know that was there used to be this small independent Bay Area newspaper that they will give it to you for free. It wasn't even good. It didn't have the sports page. It mostly talked about food, traveling, the little comic book stuff, a generic paper. And they would ask kids. They said, "We will pay you $30 a day to wake up early in the morning and get that newspaper and deliver it." So some kids would wake up at 5 o'clock. Basically, what they would do, they would leave like 100 newspapers at the front of your house, and then at 5 o'clock you had to go around your neighborhood, and then after you were done, it was like 7 a.m. and they had to get ready for school. So it taught kids how to wake up early. Mm-hmm. But then after that, the mail took over that little company, and they would just put then eventually it was once a month, and then it was done. But when it came to the big newspapers, what they would do where I was from was they would hire independent contractors. You would get to the newspaper where the people who were up all night putting the stories from 10 o'clock at night to like 3 a.m., printing out the papers. They would get the Chronicle, which was, they would load like about 10,000 newspapers. And what they would do is they would toss them at checkpoints, but they also hired people in pickup trucks. So a lot of Latin dudes who were like very broke would earn good money going at 4 a.m., getting about like 300, 400 newspapers, maybe some 500, and they would drive to a checkpoint, pick up those newspapers that they picked up, and then they would go to as the checkpoint neighborhood, and they would guard, and they would have a list. All right, go to this house, number 1, toss it. All right, let's go. The next house is number 6. That's how they did it. And you had to check off, make sure, because people would call in the Chronicle and say, "I didn't get my newspaper," and they would get docked every time they didn't. So that's how people made some extra cash on the side. But after that, they stopped doing it. Like newspapers went out of style in where I'm from, like in 05, 06. They started to remove the stand where you put a quarter or whatever it cost wherever you lived, and they removed them in 05. And the only newspaper that they had was all to like 2012 called The Examiner, which was free. So we
still have a couple of those, but they don't keep newspapers in there. They're like those Wheels on Deals or whatever. But the Nevada Appeal was the name of the paper in Nevada. And my guy across the street, I used to shovel his driveway and chop his wood and bring his wood in for him. And they were old. They didn't even know like if it was me or my stepdad. They couldn't see. They were just like, "Thanks." And they called me the wrong name. And anyways, when they passed, he was actually related to the guy who opened the Nevada Appeal. And I think it was his grandpa or something like that. It was like 100 years ago. But I got some of his stuff when he passed. And the guy got a railroad bonds that he was written for. I can't even remember whole like stamps from the 30s. I got like 12. I sold some of them. I had like 12 jewelry boxes from like brooches and fake jewelry from like the 30s and women's watches and stuff, and a lot of pretty cool stuff. Folding eyeglasses. It was crazy.
I remember when we used to deliver paper, and they'd tell us if you go to a house and you see a house and they got a lot of paper in there, newspaper that you've been throwing and haven't been collected, call it in so we can send the police or somebody to check it out. See a day's on vacation and they just forgot to tell us, or something bad happened to them.
That my last job, instead of using like regular packing paper, I somehow they got these big old rolls, like 500-pound rolls of newspaper that was for the printing press, and they would use that instead of regular packing paper. That smell, you never forget that smell.
I remember we I used to always save the newspaper for my job. I work with kids, so we use that paper. Sometimes you make what's it called? You know, like lot of times done at Latino parties.
We say Latino parties.
Yeah. You take a bat, you swing at it.
Yeah, the piñata.
Piñatas.
Something era or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll make piñatas out of using the newspaper.
I don't know if I ever did that. That's a whole weird like invention on its own.
Well, yeah, we did, and I want to apologize to everybody today. Didn't get to do. I mean, get to go through all the questions that you got right and wrong today. Like I said, my head is spinning.
That's all right, Corey.
No worries,
That's all right.
man. Like, I personally don't care about my score.
I missed a week, so
Anyway. So, Corey, I don't know how long you're going to go. I got to have dinner because I got to be up early. I got to go visit my grandmother and her family. And, we got to do all that stuff because my grandpa passed. But you guys have a good night. I got to go.
All right. Have a good
All
night.
right, John Jay. Take it easy, buddy, and good luck with your
Easy.
family, man. Hope everything goes well.
My prayers are with you and your family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm out.
I didn't know they made sweaters that look like jerseys.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm gonna have to do some shopping.
I have to get this off Facebook. Sometimes they have advertising. Sometimes it's hard for me to trust them. Like, are y'all a legit company?
What? Oh, you got it from Facebook?
Yeah, a company on Facebook.
What brand is it? NFL or? Because I tried using TED Talks Ball like discount on Fanatics, and it's not working for some reason. And then Residency Breezy has a code SF Breezy, you get $5 off. But those I'm at like $35 was my limit on a hat. I'm not trying to spend $60 or whatever on a hat.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, CG Ruthless? Are you staying on for a little bit, Corey, or what?
CG's in the chat.
Paper Boy on Nintendo was dope.
Hey, Bebop ain't lying. I used to play that for hours.
I remember it, but I never played it.
Valix, any news on the Cowboys, Valix?
I don't think I subscribed to CG. I've seen them on some shows, but.
All right. Well, Corey, I got to do the same thing. I got to probably be at work on around 6 hours, something like that. But you guys have a good night. Thanks for having me on, Corey. I always appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah. I'm about to cut off soon too, because whose head's throbbing me.
All right. But go Niners and F the Lambs.
See you later.
All right. Yeah, I'm about to cut out of here.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've seen you around CG, but man, I hate typing long ass. I'm lazy. I hate typing long names to search for people. I'll check it out. I think I've checked your show out a couple times.
Thank you, CG. Yeah, this was hard for me today.
You got your headaches? Is that what it was?
Yeah, it's like a head. It's not like a headache. It's like a. I don't know. It's making my eyes blurry. I can't hardly read while I'm reading. Like I'm reading something, and it's like my eyes are jumping from one sentence. Next sentence is making it hurt my eyes.
Yeah, we got to get some more questions that are from like the 80s and 90s. I mean, because I was born in 80s, so like, I mean, everything is just pretty much a guess, so that doesn't really test your knowledge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Same
with Beto's questions. I think I was on his last night. Oh yeah, because I gave you my answer or my duck or whatever. And I was like, I think that whole night I only got one right. I was gonna do the same for Rob D. Art as well because, or formerly known as or whatever, because like he was trying to win really bad and he's in there all the time, but I didn't win. But it's kind of sucks that you have to do you have to win twice. You know what I mean? You have to win the ball and then you got to win the question just to get into the drawing.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you gave me that question. I'm like, oh goodness.
I seen you were still putting your numbers, but I wasn't sure if you're still in there. And I was like, because I hate the duck. I hate the duck game, man. I don't know why. I'm allergic to plastic ducks. Stuff. I don't know, but I just hate that game.
Yeah, well, see, what happened was on my computer, I had to go to my phone because on my computer, it went behind.
Oh yeah.
So when he asked for number one, I noticed when he said, Corey, stop picking twice or stick with the same number. I'm like, I picked 55 a long time. So he's now getting something wrong. And I went to my phone. I said, okay, my phone is in the right place. My computer is in the wrong place.
Yeah, and I'm like right now I'm on my phone and my laptop, and sometimes my phone or my laptop does lag, or they're never synced up. But I think when it logs me in, I think I get synced up on my laptop anyway.
Yeah, and so but I was like, I saw on my computer it said Corey Davis. I'm like, CEO said, give the question to Corey Davis. I'm like, what? I thought 96 was gonna say no.
I did too. I didn't think they were gonna do it.
And then he said, give it to Corey Davis. He said, okay, Corey Davis, you ready? I'm like,
yeah. I thought they were gonna say no. I really did, and I don't know why I thought that. I just did. It's like, why not? I mean, that's fun though. But man, like,
and when he asked the question, I'm like, okay. First, I started writing Jim Junker Miller, but then I was like, what if it was? I can't. I'm trying to remember what year Alex Smith was, drafted, and I'm like, oh,
I didn't even think about that guy.
And then I went to Alex. I started type Alex Smith, but then I said, nah, I'm going with Jim Junker Miller. So I raised Alex Smith and went Jim Junker Miller, and I was like, I know I won't get it wrong. I know I got it wrong. And then all of a sudden I see everybody saying, Corey, you got it right. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, because I was like, let's see, 94, we won the Super Bowl. 97, I was a junior, and I'm like, okay, so it was Steve Young, and then I'm like, who was after him? I think it was Garcia, and I was like, okay, who's after? But I don't remember drafting a quarterback in the first, so I'm like, was it Tim Rattay, Drunken Miller? And I forgot about Alex Smith, and I was like, man, this is a question that, obviously I killed a few brain cells, but I'm like, I don't remember drafting a quarterback. I mean, back in the day, it wasn't like internet, so like I don't remember. Now you draft a quarterback, it's like the next big thing. I remember eating ice cream out of a freaking toilet paper roll, those stupid popsicles.
And see, I wish Niners question was a multiple choice thing. I was like, can it be multiple choice? I'm trying to think of all number one.
Yeah, some of them are. And I missed like the first 15 minutes of it.
I know Brian was like, he did. He said, "Oh man, can it be? I don't want this win to come in straight into the. I want a question."
Yeah, I didn't understand that at first because I forgot he said they go because sometimes that does drag out. Like you get multiple people. Oh my God, Carmazzi, you get multiple people that miss in a row. You know what I mean? And it takes long enough as it is just to go through all the numbers and everything.
I remember my daddy used to make a joke about drunk. I can't remember how he go. He used to make a joke about John Drunkman. He said, "Did he get his name? Something? Did he get his name because his father was drunk?"
I mean,
Drunkman.
I mean, it has to be a made up or like a what do you call it when you're FBI and like they protect you or whatever. It has to be one of those things.
That's a
Yeah,
weird
so,
name.
like Beto used to have the actual cage. Or I don't know, he probably saw it, but he would roll the cage and then pick out a little mini ball, and that was cool. But I like the way Beto does it because you can actually see the number popping up, whereas other people that do it, like I notice a lot of their wrenches win a lot, like a couple months. I'm like, what? And then like they just show it, and all you see is a number, and I'm like, you could just keep, you know what I mean? Like, so I like how Beto actually you can see the ball rolling and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Drunkmiller. I remember my friend was big on him in high school. Yeah, he had. I should have known it was him because he had his jersey and everything.
Well, guess it's time for me to end. We've been on, did it 3 hours, and so.
Yeah, I'll check on my dog because he's feeling a little bit better. I got back from the grocery store and he freaking bastard ran away, and it was weird because there's no snow out and there's a stream of water in the middle of the road, right? And he's never been shy, except he doesn't like bass, but he's never been shy like going through the snow, going through the water, and he wouldn't walk over the water. And then finally he walked over the water to go to the bathroom, and then coming back, he would not walk over the water. I don't understand it. So I had to pick him up over the water, and then he walked just fine. I'm like, this guy's never done this before, so I want to go check on him because that doesn't make sense. We got Mike Rump.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. My first guess. Oh, really? Yeah, he was okay. I'm trying to remember who played across from him, but I mean, I like what the Niners are doing now because what they're doing, or at least last year, I think it was, maybe last couple of years, instead of spending those draft picks, they're getting a proven player. I mean, why not get a proven player? You know what I mean? You have a proven player and an unknown prospect. Like that, somebody he's done his work. Like pick the proven player. You know, pick Travaris Ward. He's proven. We played against him in the Super Bowl, so I like that aspect of it because these crapshoots, you know, there's so many variables into it. The personal people get money and they change, and you know, even like 900,000 is, you know, life changing.
Well, no more than Spurs. I'm not going to break your record. Ain't going for no 6 hours.
6 hours. Yeah, I stayed in the chat because there were so many people, and I couldn't even see who was on. I couldn't see the draft board. I just stayed in the chat. Yeah, we're going to the 42nd, maybe 45th pick to get a tight end or a right tackle. I think we go for 42 because John Lynch is going to pay homage to Ronnie Lott.
Do we move up to draft a offensive tackle? I would love to. I would love to move up to get an offensive tackle, but I don't know.
But it's also that new, what I can't say his name, that new guy. He might go to guard, and they bump Burford out. That might sound pretty good. See you later, Nathan. 8 hours. Oh my god. Yeah, this is about I don't know, maybe third week calling in shows. Pretty fun.
Oh yeah, he did when he used to do hangouts. He did an 8-hour show. Woo. Yeah, my longest I have done is 5 hours. But you know, on my show, But I did stay with No Border Sports for 6 hours.
I was there for both of those. Just sucks when you got like more than 4 guys. You know, like you guys trying to do the draft. I couldn't see who's in the room, and everybody's just like talking over each other. It was just funny.
I talked to Buford before. He told me he hasn't been asked to play tackle yet. Okay. So maybe we will move up. I don't know. What's the Niners' plans? That's why I can't wait to the draft. I can't wait till the season starts so we can see what's up. See how Trey Lance do.
I think we'll move up 42nd, mid second, pick that, and probably a tight end. Because if you go in the third draft, at least when I was mock drafting before the combine and everything, it was mostly D line and safeties and stuff, and so we wouldn't have to move up. But we got so many picks, I think we'll move up and then we'll move back a bunch.
Yep, I remember that.
Really? That's cool. There's so many podcasters out now. Like even the guys that interview people on TV are starting their own podcasters, and I like it because it's not the like straight business suit tie yes or no question. You know what I mean? Like the straight up, like how ESPN. That's why I like Pat McAfee, because he's like, you say what you want, you dress how you want, and you just keep it real, and you can actually see the inside game of player versus player, like what really happens, and talk about cool stuff. Like we got the Mannings. And then Tom Brady's got his own podcast, which I don't think I follow. I've seen a couple episodes, but I mean, Aaron Rodgers, you get to find out insight about everything. That's why I was pissed Brian's thing cut out, because I want to know. I know Greg Jennings has a beef with Aaron Rodgers, and I want to know why, because I don't know.
CG, if Noah Yep. But CG, if Noah ever leave y'all as a Seahawks in the NFC West roundtable, this guy named Joe Stevens, he's pretty good. He'll be a good person to choose.
What do you think? He's like 25? You think he's 25?
Yeah.
He man, when he answered that question about Steve Largent, I was like, I don't even know that. I mean, I know it's not my team, but
yeah, I didn't know. I don't know that much Seahawks questions, but
that was. But what I like to do is when I know it's a guy's last game, like Dan Marino, or even in basketball, Michael Jordan, all these guys that are really good, Tom Brady, I make sure to watch their last game.
I think we good, bro. Okay. I'm just saying, like Pill Time left, and then you had to get a new Rams fan. And if they ever, Noah get too busy or can't do it no more. Joe Stevens.
Pill Time's funny. I was like, dude, you have yellow walls. And he's like, actually, that was a big selling point why I got the place, because it was already painted yellow when I got it. I was like, are you kidding me? No, I would not do that. Yeah, it's cool interviewing people like the week that we're playing them, the other team. But as far as like hanging out and being in their chats all the time, like if there's like 10, 15 Cowboys fans in our chat, I might find a chat to go into and talk some smack or talk smack after the game. But I don't do that. I mean, I do enjoy Rudy's content, and Joe seems pretty cool. It's a little bit weird, but I mean, we're just going to make Joe Stevens. It's going to be all 49ers fan, and we're just going to talk 49ers. That's what's going to happen.
Yep. He's right.
Is that another podcaster?
Yeah, AZ is Mike. He's an Arizona fan. And him and CG, the only two that's been in there for the longest, because they used to have Stevie A. Smith. He left, so they got Noah take his place, and just like they had Peloton, now Peloton left.
So how do you find the podcasters that you follow? Is it Facebook, or you search on YouTube, or how do you find them?
I search, like, I was with CG, channel, and then I believe they started up with the NFC West Network, and so when he said that, and I think they put the link in the chat, and then I went over there and subscribed to that. And usually before they got the NFC Network, they used to take turns who would host the NFC West thing. They would, like, it might be on CG's, or it might be on AZ. And I forgot this other round fantasy before Peloton. His name, they call him Sheriff Joe Braggs, I believe, if I'm saying it right.
Yeah, I think that one of the first ones I watched was Rambo, and Rambo seems cool, but it's just and he does colors. I never called in, but his chat is just so toxic. I just want to freaking choke people out, allegedly. and then my time I came out got Grant Cohn, and I only got on YouTube to watch my shows during the day that I couldn't watch, and then I caught Karen Clown, I call him, and I'm like, this guy's like crazy takes, trading everybody, every scenario they could possibly shoot. You trading everybody except for your dad, and like just crazy stuff. And then I finally caught up. I think Basher maybe was the next guy, and then I just run into a few people. I haven't searched in a while, but I'm looking, like, because I was in the QB room with JT O'Sullivan 3 weeks ago, and I was like, dude, this chat is asking. These are coaches actually asking him questions. I was like, the dude sucked as a quarterback for us, but man, he's breaking down film like this is crazy. And then his chat's asking him really good questions. He's answering them off his head. And I'm like, I need to expand instead of just the BS chat that I normally include myself in, get more to the X's and O's, because this is like the second year I've watched film, and I didn't know we lost 11 coaches before. The year before that we lost 8, and I remember growing up, I never thought we had that many coaches. Like, before I got on YouTube, I didn't know, all these. I didn't know who Parag was. I didn't know. Like, I just paid attention to football and rooted for my team. And I know the basic main coaches. I didn't know, like, you got linebackers, you got a position coach for every position, and all this stuff. Like, it's kind of crazy.
And see how I met John Jay. I met him through CG. I was subscribed to CG channel, and John Jay and CG will always do shows together, and like most times CG do the hangouts. So that's how I met YTC, John Jay, TRL, Awesome Kid, and a couple others. I met them through CG. By being on CZ channel.
Yeah, I pop into YTC and TRL. They do that in game, like, play-by-play stuff. I'll pop in and say what's up to them every time I see them streaming. But I don't like that. I can stream anything I want. I can watch any game I want for free off this site on my tablet, so I can watch the game. I don't need to watch, like, people calling the plays.
Yep.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. And now when I first started, I got the courage to do a chat. I already had a YouTube channel, but it was not for sports. I was just putting videos on it for my job,
Mm-hmm.
And so then when I first started doing live videos on YouTube, David McNiner was my only audience. He was my first audience. He been with me that long. And then when I got on StreamYard, with CG being on his hangout shows. And when you ended, I said, StreamYard. And then I said, yeah, I want to subscribe to him. And then it asked me to hook it up with my YouTube channel. I was like, yeah. And that's how
he was the same with Brian Culp. McNiner was the one going on there.
Yep.
It's funny because me and him kind of got a history, like, you know, and I said a few times, but it was like, we were going back and forth that in the chat. And, you know, everybody hates McGlinchey for whatever reason, and all these other guys. And I'm like, I mean, honestly, we probably can't do better than these guys ourselves. But like, well, you got to call people names, man. Like, I just don't people say that don't call people trash. No, I don't remember what he said, but like, just say they played like trash or you something better. Like, do better. Come on. This is a fan base that I'm very superstitious. You know what I mean? I think that might, you know, probably doesn't have anything to do with injuries. I'm just superstitious. But I'm like, let's do better as a fan base because YouTube is a different animal, like we were talking earlier. This doesn't happen in real life, talking with your friends in bars and stuff that people say. And he's like, McNair was like, you're just a troll. Your opinion doesn't matter, blah, blah. And it was funny because we were on, I don't know whose channel we were on, but I said that to him one day. I was like, ask McNair, I'm just a troll. He just started hella laughing. But it's cool that we can come on out and, you know, and talk, you know, on the same program and everything. And none of us took it, you know, personal.
You know, CG, Jake Brando, blocked him because of him calling him trash.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, to me, I'm like, say he played like trash because calling a person, you're comparing a human being to trash. I mean, come on. I mean, like, you know, like say he played like trash or use another name. And everybody, the only word people use a lot is trash. And it's just, I don't know. That's why I got pissed at, you know, okay. You know, it was Mariah, the one that said I was racist and I talk about gays and stuff. And that's weird because she's known me for like 8 months, a year or whatever. And I'm like, for her to say I do that and whatever, that's what pissed me off. Like, I don't even tolerate people saying, you know what I mean? Like, just, you know, I don't know. Anyways, it's just my pet peeve, I guess. Because I don't like Jimmy G, but everybody thinks I do because whatever quarterback you choose, I'm going to, okay, well, what about this and these numbers and make you think a little bit. And I'm always saying numbers that defend Jimmy because he gets the most backlash. When really, for a year, I didn't say if I liked Trey or Jimmy or anybody because I just don't like the discussion and I would never talk about it until, you know, now he's gone. Now I will mention my opinion. And everybody thought I was a Jimmy stan. I don't even know what that means, but you're either a Jimmy stan or Trey sexual. I'm like, why do we have? I asked other content creators in other like teams. I'm like, do you guys have weird like this Miami chat? I mean, I was like, do you guys have weird stuff like that? Because like, I don't know. This is new to me. It's odd.
Let me see. Oh, CG. You might want to hit up John Jay and let him know you're praying for him. He lost a family member today.
Sorry, who was it? Do you remember? I was probably going to the store when he was talking about it.
I think it's an uncle. He said his grandfather brother.
All right, I just subbed, so I'm expecting big things. My first show, I watched CG.
We inbox yesterday, okay. Yeah, let me get off this. People say I'm gonna get off.
Yeah, I want to go check on my dog. He jumped onto the bed, so I know he's feeling better. But he's feeling better today. Just not walking water. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with him. That's what's bugging me. I don't know if his front legs, his back legs, his chest, but then to not walk across the water, just oh man, this is the second time he's acting weird. I have no idea who that is.
Yeah.
What's weird is like Grant is the only one that puts out like a show or every hour he puts out little clips. I figure all these other contenders, none of them put out like and clip their videos, so you could actually get, you know what I mean, off of one video instead of getting just the 100 views or whatever. You know, chop it up to like sections of the category and then like a lot more hits. I've noticed nobody else does that. That's weird to me.
Yeah. Okay. It's time for me.
We're just gonna say that I was the winner and call it good.
He was the Raiders safety. I talked outside of social media. Okay.
So CG, how do you go? Because I know Grant won't get anybody on his show, but Jimmy Ward, because he talks shit about him. So obviously they're not come out. So how do you get interviews from players, like Twitter or what? I wonder. Because we don't have a lot of that, except for like Kruger. Kruger's in the locker room though.
He Twitters. Most of you guys will get their phone number somehow, calls them, get them, and ask them, and they hit them back.
So if it was free and you were a player, no matter what your status is, would you go on a podcaster that has like, that's like, I don't know, 1,000 or 2 followers? Would you do that for free?
Most of them do it for free. It's like, plus if they from college, they do it. He said you do Twitter and Facebook.
Because I don't know that I would do that.
Instagram connections. And some want spotlights.
I think that's cool. Well, go ahead, I'll let you go.
Yep.
Check you the next time I see you.
Yep. See you later. All right, everybody. Like I said, I'm sorry that I didn't go over the whole results of the questions today. My head was hurting, my eyes spinning. I couldn't hardly read the questions right. And so I just had to stop it. And I knew John Jay, he tried to do it yesterday. And he told me he was going to do a trivia at 6, but, he had the thing in the family. So I said, I don't have nothing after that. And so I said, you know what, John Jay, you can do your trivia on my show. So I let him do the trivia on my show. And I appreciate him doing that. I appreciate him staying on here that long and doing that. Because I know it's hard when you lose a loved one. It's hard to do that. And I want to thank him for that. Thank you, for doing that. God bless you all. Y'all have a good night. And like I said, I'll be doing a show on Wednesday night if everything goes right. I'll be interviewing my niece and my nephew. They Raider fans. And I want to ask them a whole bunch of questions about how they feel about Jimmy G coming to their team. So have a good night, everybody. And John Jay made me this video. And here we go.